guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents are conducting raids in New York today.
U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem is with agents in New York. Agents apparently went after a person wanted for kidnapping and assault and are going after others. She wrote on social media, "We're doing this right, doing exactly what President Trump promised the American people, making our streets safe." Staten Island Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis thanked the Trump administration for the effort. Scott Pringle, New York.
The White House says those mysterious drones spotted in the night sky that panicked so many New Jerseyans were authorized by the FAA.
This was not the enemy.
That's what White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told news reporters at her first news conference on Tuesday.
The drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research.
They caused a lot of anxiety, especially when seen flying last month over military installations, reservoirs, and even President Trump's golf club in Bedminster. Leavitt saying there's no cause for alarm. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Capitol Police are arresting a man with a Molotov cocktail who allegedly tried to kill White House Speaker Mike Johnson, Pete Hegseth, and Scott Bessent.
Ryan English traveled from Massachusetts to Washington, D.C. According to court documents, he turned himself in to a Capitol Police officer. They said they found a folding knife and 2 destructive devices in his jacket. I'm Brian Shook.
Your confidence in the economy likely depends on your political party affiliation.
Gallup measured a change in economic attitudes based largely on party politics. Gallup measured a 30-point drop in economic confidence among Democrats, and about the same percentage of Republicans grew more optimistic. The confidence score is up 16 points among independents. A similar partisan swing was measured during the last presidential transition 4 years ago. I'm Rory O'Neill.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
State lawmakers in Alaska are calling on President Trump to reverse his order renaming Denali back to Mount McKinley.
The Alaska House voted 28-10 on Monday to pass resolution says renaming North America's tallest mountain, Mount McKinley, would be a disservice to all those who fought so hard to have the nation officially name the mountain Denali, and to the native communities who have called this land home for thousands of years. Alaska fought for nearly 40 years to have the mountain officially recognized as Denali, which became official in 2015. President Trump has signed an executive order to change Mount Denali back to Mount McKinley. I'm Michael Kastner.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is reported to be considering a trip to the U.S. next week to meet President Trump.
According to U.S. media, this potential upcoming trip to Washington by Benjamin Netanyahu is being seen as a gesture from Mr. Trump to the Prime Minister for agreeing to a Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal.
If the trip does occur next week, Netanyahu would be the first foreign leader to meet with Trump at the White House since the inauguration. Tickets for Super Bowl 59 are cheaper than last year.
But they're still some of the most expensive in Super Bowl history. This year, we'll see the Philadelphia Eagles face off against the Kansas City Chiefs in New Orleans, and the last stop on the Chiefs' hopes to win 3 Super Bowls back-to-back-to-back. Average ticket prices are about $8,000, while the cheapest ticket as of Monday was going for more than $5,700. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Just like that, time to cue the microphone. Everybody ready? Let's roll. All right, that's the you do it. Roll it into a brand new day. We'll call it Hump Day. Midweek coming on. The final Hump Day for January of 2025. as we cross over the midnight hour from time zone to time zone. 29th day of January. Wow. So hope your week's going well. We're halfway there. Well, we're almost halfway there. Thanks again to Josh Malloy, kicking things off there 1,000 miles away. I came across a post from Josh here just a few minutes ago, and I thought I got to share that with people. Yeah, if you missed the interview with Josh, he spent about 45 minutes with us kind of explaining his background and how he got into music. What he's up to out there, about to kick off the 2025 tour in a matter of days. I think, what was it? February 2nd will be his first show of the new year. And he said, bad news, we ran out of tickets in Oklahoma City Saturday. But the venue just added some more, in case you missed your chance. I want to say thank you guys for blowing this thing out. I watched Cody Johnson at the Criterion years ago, and I never dreamed I'd get to play this venue. And now we get to say we sold it out. What an honor. Yeah, God is great. There you go. Thanks all. So Josh Malloy sold out for that first show of the new year. That's a way to kick things off for 2025. All right, looking around the country. Hey, when's Pappy said something about a heat wave. When is the last time we were actually above 40 degrees at the midnight hour? We've been hanging at 41. Now, it's not going to stick there. The headline says temperatures are going to drop. But yes, indeed, I'll take it. Doesn't feel like 40 degrees because it's another very breezy night out there. Occasionally winds kicking up, but nonetheless, a little bit warmer outside the secret bunker. 40 above is better than 4 below. That is for sure. So we do have some travel issues out there tonight as we take a look at travelers' weather around the country. You've got some problems, especially there in northeastern Pennsylvania on up through central and especially upstate New York. You've got a good old-fashioned snowstorm. This is our second Alberta Clipper in a matter of days with the cold air coming over the Great Lakes. Some of the snow being lake effect enhanced. Some areas going to see in excess of a foot of accumulation before all is said and done. And the winds continue to blow. For Rome, New York, Utica, Boonville, 7 to 13 inches expected when all is said and done. The highest snowfall amount will be across the southern Tug Hill, but winds gusting up to 35 miles per hour. Elsewhere, let's see, other cities there in central and upstate New York, 6 to 12 inches, winds gusting to 40 miles per hour. Travel could be difficult. Snowfall 1 to 1.5 inches per hour possible tonight, especially along the south-facing slopes of the southern Adirondacks. Take you on over to Watertown and Lowville. Heavy snow, 10 to 18 inches forecast there, especially the higher terrain of the Tug Hill Plateau, the western foothills of the Adirondacks, 5 to 9 inches for the lower elevations, and winds as high as 45 miles per hour. So you're talking big-time blowing and drifting snow there. Travel may be coming to a standstill. So you've got winter storm warnings in that region, winter weather advisories for a good portion there of New York. Still have some high wind advisories, high wind warnings actually, and wind advisories through much of eastern Virginia, eastern West Virginia, western Virginia, down into western North Carolina, and much of southern Pennsylvania. So we start the advisory there. Motorists remain vigilant for slippery travel and reduced visibility, with additional rounds of snow showers and maybe some of those heavy squalls sweeping across the region right through Wednesday. Since the weekend, Mother Nature's delivered a 1-2 punch of fast-moving storms originating from Canada, with a third storm poised to descend into the Northeast overnight tonight, Tuesday night into Wednesday. At first, a period of steady snow across New York State, on into New England. Shortly thereafter, the snow showers and squalls will tend to bubble up across the Northeast, Many of the same areas from Pennsylvania to Maine that dealt with heavier squalls Monday night into Tuesday morning will again see a similar situation headed into Wednesday. The day may start out with some breaks of sunshine in parts of New York State and Pennsylvania, but conditions change rapidly. Bursts of snow descending on stretches of I-80, 81, and 90. Even in areas where there's not enough snow to accumulate or cause slippery travel, the bursts of snow will be kind of ill-timed, with morning and perhaps late afternoon commutes being impacted. Temperatures will actually spike into the 40s and 50s along the I-95 corridor from Philadelphia to Boston today. So as a result, any precip that reaches this area will take the form of rain showers and maybe rain mixed with some snowflakes. Should precipitation come down heavy enough, all snow is possible for a brief period of time. Roads should remain just wet, though. By later on Wednesday evening, get ready, a rapid freeze-up again could threaten parts of Pennsylvania and New York State. Many areas will have temperatures climbing above freezing during the day, so any initial snowfall could melt on the roadways as those temperatures fall Wednesday evening. Those wet areas will quickly freeze up Wednesday evening into Wednesday night. Should see some gusty breeze helping to maybe blow dry some of the roads and bridges, sidewalks, negating a more widespread freeze-up hazard into Wednesday night. But temperature, wind chills are going to dip well below freezing, even below zero across upstate New York and New England as those breezes linger into Thursday morning. By the end of the week, another large cross-country storm begins to spread a broader swath of precipitation into the region. Compared to the days of widely spaced snow showers earlier in the week, there may be a zone of snow and ice, at least on the onset from near I-80 on northward there. That's the storm that rolled into Southern California Sunday into Monday. It brought some much-needed precipitation to the region there. And anticipation is it's going to kind of have to regenerate itself. There's, again, tonight, as the case was 24 hours ago, not much of anything really showing up on the radar. That's going to change today. Again, the storm is going to kind of reinvent itself. And depending on just how much cold air it's able to generate, we could see snow possible from northern Arizona to southeast Colorado, northwestern Kansas, and maybe into central Nebraska. Starting later today, at least a few inches expected with the higher amounts over the southern Rockies. Some cities that may experience enough snow to make slippery travel. Santa Fe, New Mexico, Pueblo, Colorado. Denver, you may be on the receiving end of maybe 1 to 3 inches of snow later on Wednesday night into Thursday morning. The potential for several inches of rain to fall, at least raising the risk of some urban flooding and slick roads from central Texas to western Kentucky. Now, this is going to be a pretty heavy rain event. Some areas may pick up 4 to 6 inches of rainfall, with total storm totals maybe as much as 7 inches in 24 hours or less as this storm moves along. As the storm ramps up, so will the risk for severe thunderstorms. The last time we had more than a stray strong storm was January the 5th. Now, the storm's going to continue to ride along that boundary. Warm air to the south and seasonably cold air to the north as it tracks over the eastern states late this week. Depending on the track, the storm Friday may bring snow or a wintry mix as far north as Chicago, Detroit, and Cleveland in the Midwest. Drenching rains, maybe even some thunder and lightning across the Ohio and Tennessee valleys as we look toward Friday. From the mid-Mississippi and Ohio valleys to part of the central Appalachians, enough warmer air combined with the rain could increase the risk of ice jams on some of the area streams and rivers. things are definitely going to warm up ahead of that, well into the 60s and even some 70s in some locations. Now, with that, later in the week, the waning days of January and headed into February, we begin to see the transition to severe weather season, the clash of the air masses. That classic setup may be something we're looking toward later in the week into the weekend across the southeastern USA. Tornado risks will really begin to ramp up once again. We'll give you more on that as we roll on into a Wednesday with Philly Dan on board out of the box. Hello from the city of brotherly love. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's the midnight hour. What day is it? Not official till Horse Feathers makes it so. 41 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Is it a heat wave? Or at least heat wave will call in at 844-844-3388. Or maybe the two-time world champion manure hauler may finally hit those digits. Time to snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Let's get the overnight drive hump day started. And by the way, the Trump train is full steam ahead. Yes, it is. Marianne is in the house. Good to have you on board. Tapeworm, good morning, Steve. Checking in from Meter, Georgia, 46 degrees. Been on the road for 3 weeks now. I'm missing the wife and the kids. Glad you're here to help me get through the long haul. Yes, indeed. Hello, Steve. Pastor Dan is on board from Amelia, Ohio. Gilligan checks in here. There's Shorty, I-77 northbound, Charlotte, North Carolina, 47 degrees. Columbus bound as we roll into midweek.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All righty, as we kick off a new day, who else checks in here early on a Wednesday? Hello to Jeffrey. Good morning from warm South Florida. Ready for a fantastic show. There's Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. 44 here in Northeast Kentucky. It feels like 37. Everybody stay safe and, of course, always be blessed. Now, there he is. Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, a clear, pleasant 45 at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe 28 in Ulster, New York. Round number 2 to Schenectady underway. There you go. Jeffrey, good morning. Or I'm sorry, Jerry, good morning to our Hot Shot Secret friends. 40 degrees here in Kokomo, Indiana right now. Hopefully everyone has a safe night, enjoying the Steve Summers overnight drive. Tell them you love them every time you see them. Morning, Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 39 degrees. Supposed to get up to 61 degrees today. That will be welcome. Either way, my meeting went well today. I think we're going to get some business from them. Very nice guys in the early stages of getting their product out there. And I think they're onto a product that should do well. So have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. All right? Hello, Brain Dead. Happy Wacky Wednesday. Stick a fork in Taco Tuesday. All right, headed back from Batesville, Arkansas, after I made a stop in Little Rock. A little bit of NASCAR news as silly season is about to get underway. Yes, Dingbat sent you her interesting facts for the day. As I bet when you hear that last one, the bull hauler should have a barbecue fired up. But it's 10 days till pitchers and catchers, 20 days till spring training. Opening day, 57 days away. And the countdown to the Clash in NASCAR, 4 days. There you go. Hello, north of the border, there's Terry. London, Ontario, as we head to Toronto for a morning delivery. Canada is not for sale. There you go. Thank you, Terry. Rubber Duck, let's see. Hi, gang. Mishawaka. Didn't I start this morning? Got my Golden Spoon run loaded here to Chicago. Dropped, reloaded for here. Spend the night. Right back to the Windy and reload right back here. Back and forth we go. Underachieving the best I can. 62,000 miles last year. Yeah, 4,000 less than the previous. All right, there's Pappy on board. He says, Rubber Duck. Hey, Kim, I love you, lady. There you go. Tell him every chance you get, right? There he is, Lord Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south, hammer down at Harrison, Ohio. Hey, you're going to be rolling right past the secret bunker here. It's a beautiful starlit sky, and Pappy laid out the temperature for us. With that said, Steve, you guessed it. The very special one-night-only local, y'all, shout-out to Mr. Pappy from his own backyard. Yes, that's right. Yeah, Pappy right out there in your neck of the woods there. Howdy from Eskimo Mom. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day. At the Home 20 tonight, taking care of a sick hubby. He caught some sort of crud that's kicking his derriere, or otherwise I'd be out there tonight. From what I'm hearing on the news, the drone sightings spreading into Shelby County from Darke and Mercer counties. Nobody knows who's operating them or the reason. In a little space news, the Indiana Weather Network posted their Facebook page that a satellite broke up over the Illinois-Indiana area. I don't know if we had a sonic boom at home or the wind or some activity nearby did something to make a racket outside the Home 20 about 11 p.m. or so. I've been seeing some posts about something bright lighting up the sky over the Indiana, so that would make sense there, Eskimo Mom. Clear, windy, a balmy 38 degrees, though. Mile marker 93 off I-75 here in western Ohio. Something broke up in the sky. You mentioned the drones. Yeah, did you catch that in the headlines? Top of the hour there. Well, would you believe it if I told you our government was simply lying to us? In the waning days of the Biden administration, we had representatives on both sides of the aisle, the House, the Senate, everyone saying, if it's us, if it's the U.S., if it's our stuff, just tell us no. You don't have to tell it is so. We don't have to know what it's all about, but just calm everybody's nerves. And they kept saying nothing. Well, we had the first White House press conference with the new administration. Well, what a difference a day can make. The mysterious drones flying over New Jersey and other parts of the country were authorized by the Federal Aviation Administration. The new White House press secretary announcing this past day during the first press briefing of the second Trump administration, making the announcement before taking questions from reporters, many of whom were ostracized by the previous administration, including Breitbart News. But she says, before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the President of the United States that was just shared with me in the Oval Office. From President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various reasons. She did not elaborate what the research entailed, nor what the various other reasons meant specifically, but she did add some of the drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity, making it clear that this was not the enemy. More coming up. First, we got to get a news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents are conducting raids in New York today.
U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem is with agents in New York. She wrote on social media, "We're doing this right, doing exactly what President Trump promised the American people, making our streets safe." Staten Island Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis thanked the Trump administration for the effort. Scott Pringle, New York.
Capitol Police are arresting a man with a Molotov cocktail who allegedly tried to kill White House Speaker Mike Johnson, Pete Hegseth, and Scott Bessent.
Ryan English traveled from Massachusetts to Washington, D.C. According to court documents, he turned himself in to a Capitol police officer. They said they found a folding knife and 2 destructive devices in his jacket. I'm Brian Shook.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 136 points. The S&P 500 rose by 55. NASDAQ picked up an additional 391. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, we'll get back to some of our other listening friends. Of course, if you'd like to dial us up, feel free to do so at 844-844-3388. Can't help but sit back and wonder if Joe Biden actually even was made aware that these drones were authorized by the FAA. It was us. The handlers, maybe, were they even keeping him in the dark? All right, the drone mystery that plagued the country at the end of last year raised concerns. Of course, the Biden administration at the time failed to give any of us any specifics. All they'd give us, we had to cling to that joint statement from the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, recall, that simply stated that, quote, there's no evidence at the time that the reported drone sightings pose a national security or public safety threat, or have a foreign nexus. Why? Why keep us in the dark like that? Questions we may never know the answers to, but... All right, we mentioned rubber duck. Rubber duck. What's it say here? The petroleum-based duck, not a silicon duck. Petroleum-based, a.k.a. rubber duck. Good morning.
That's right. Good morning. How are we doing?
Well, we made it halfway there. Hump day's upon us.
If we think about this, we're about 55 degrees warmer today than we were a week ago.
Isn't that something? Yes. That's good.
Yeah, that's great. That is absolutely great. So, I got some sad news. He kind of listened to the show when he was sleeping and stuff. But we had a friend of ours, James Simmons, and I never knew his handle. I just knew him as James. He's an ex-Army guy. He was a single owner operator with his own authority. He loaded a load on December 27th to go to Jacksonville, coming out of Atlanta. Made it to Waycross, Georgia, to a little small truck stop that we won't say the name of. but she swears she tows anything. It's been there sitting there for 3 days or more.
Mm-hmm.
And he sat there for 26 days in his truck, dead.
Wow.
We wished him a happy birthday on the 2nd of January. Didn't notice he didn't reply. All of us just went along with our lives, just thinking maybe he was taking a normal break from Facebook or doing whatever. You know, some flipping friends we are. Seriously, because I feel like a heel over this crap. But about 2 years ago, he was down Wildwood at the truck stop, and he's pulling box trailer. He was getting ready to go to bed, and he noticed somebody back behind his trailer trying to break in the trailer. Well, he got out to see what was going on, and he was carrying, and the guy pulled or shone a flashlight or whatever at James, and James shot and killed the guy.
Mm.
But James beat this on a stand your ground, protecting your homestead, because James didn't have a house. James lived in his truck. Stayed in motels in Atlanta if he took a week off or whatever, but he really didn't. I've known him for 8, 9, 10 years or more. He never took a day off. But he stood his ground. He defended his truck. Somebody's trying to break into it.
Mm.
And he just recently beat those charges. Was cleared of everything. Was on the road. You know what I mean? Was on the road with fighting cancer. And I think he just gave up on the chemo treatments and stuff, and he just kind of hooked the load and went down and parked in a spot where he didn't have no family or nothing.
Okay.
And we got lucky. We had somebody that drove by and seen him, and then they drove by a little later on and saw him laying again. But if you guys ain't got no friends or nothing, just send me a PM. I'll put you on my Google Maps. I'll put the Life 360 app back in. I want to make sure everybody's moving, and I don't ever want to get a phone call like that ever again in my life. I don't. And I know none of us ever want to die in a truck, and have our families not be with us. So just check on your friends a little more, I guess. But so what do you think of this Super Bowl? Or Super Bowl? I think that's what it should be retitled. The Super Bowl.
I do hear ticket prices are dropping several $1,000s, cheaper than they were last year. And some of these headlines are saying people have Kansas City fatigue. Like enough's enough already,
Yeah. I mean, I can't blame them. People had Dallas fatigue and Pittsburgh fatigue back in the day. Nobody's ever got enough of Cincinnati making it to the Super Bowl.
No joke there.
And those poor people in Buffalo, I love y'all up there. Good Lord. I thought y'all had it. I did. But that's what, just hoping y'all can do it one of these days, because what's that, 5, 6 times? Phew. That's kind of like change high schools and try to get another prom date or something, I guess. I don't know. But, yeah, it's, it's actually really nice out. It literally is 50-some degrees warmer than it was this time. Because I was like at minus 18 when I got up to start unloading last Wednesday morning. Yeah, it was like minus 18 with the wind chill. So I'm good. I'm even going to try to find me an IHOP. I might even need a crate with strawberries in honor of Lauren, our world-famous bull hauler. He's still only 2-time. He didn't win the third award yet, huh?
Apparently not.
So,
2-time. 2-time.
2 times. We got to, as long as he's been out here, I think he should probably get 4. Or posthumously, let's just go ahead and give him 10. Since, if that's the way it was, we give everybody an ice cream cone. Anyway, love y'all. Be safe. Yeah, I'm in a good mood tonight. I'm getting out of the corner of losing the dog. I'm getting out of the corner of losing some friends, and just realizing, you know what, we got to enjoy every minute, every second, every day, and we got to thank God and Jesus for us doing this, and Hot Shot Secret, because I didn't freeze up last week.
There
I
you
left
go.
all that other unnamed lubricant on the shelf at the shop, and I turned in receipts. And he says, "Why did you buy stuff when I had stuff?" I said, "Because I don't trust that stuff no more." Talk to you later.
That's 100%. Hey, they did the side-by-side testing, and one of the biggest names out there, I won't give you the name, but it's one of the most popular, was the most likely to fail you, leave you stranded on the side of the road, froze up. Pappy noticed, is that a moose on Steve's jersey? Antlers in the treetop by Who Goosed the Moose? Yes, that is. It was a Christmas gift. It's my official Clark W. Griswold Christmas vacation jersey. The jersey he wore. I guess is that Marty Moose, the moose from the original Vacation movie? It actually has 00 and got the big Griswold on the back. Christmas, I said, I wore it Christmas Day, obviously. My daughter got this for me, and I said, I can wear that anytime. It is hockey season, right? So, yes, indeed. Speaking of, I mentioned my daughter. This was the date. It is the 29th of January. It was 37 years ago. We'll see, at this hour, can't remember the location, but I was with my friend Nick, and we were kind of out partying it up because my wife was scheduled for a C-section there early on the morning of the 29th. It was going to be my first child. And as a youngster, the party days, it's like, man, my whole world's going to come to an end. I can't go out and party all night anymore. I'm going to have a baby. I'm going to have a kid. I got to be home. I think I showed up. Princess could probably tell me. Her mother had come into town. We were living in an apartment at the time. I showed up somewhere between like 4 and 5 a.m. I knew I was going to be in trouble. So me and Nick stopped by. There was a 24-hour Kroger location that was open. I went in and got her a bundle of flowers, to try to soothe things over. That didn't work. If memory serves, when I went in, she wasn't talking to me. She threw the flowers either at me or on the floor. She was pretty much in tears, couldn't believe, how could you do this to me? I'm like, honey, it's okay. It's okay. But everything went well. Daughter was born via C-section later that morning. Did the C-section. She was double breech. She never flipped over. But everything came. So 37 years ago today, a day, yes, I'll never forget. And I bet the princess will never forget either. Happy birthday, Beth. It's 844-844-3388. Morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Semper Fi to you and Trucking Field there. I like old Todd from Project Farm. He's not sponsored by anybody. If you're going to buy something, just find him on YouTube, and he's got several videos on there, and it'll tell you. He'll tell you what's the best product to get. Mm-hmm. The only thing he can't tell you is what kind of woman to pick. Okay? So I don't think any man can tell you that, right?
100%.
Well, you ain't gonna believe what I found out today. I mean, we talked last night after the show. As soon as this year's Super Bowl matchup was set, employees at the Wilson Sporting Goods factory got to work. The factory in the rural village of Ada, Ohio, makes the game balls used by every NFL team, along with many of the nation's top college programs and high schools. Well, each team gets a shipment of 108. after the last game Sunday night, they had to go to work, get them all together, get the Super Bowl logo printed on them, and get them all shipped out by Monday afternoon there. Some of the balls will be for practice. The best ones will be set aside for the quarterback, and about 50 of those will be bagged and locked away for each team until it's time for kickoff. Now, Wilson makes 5 different sizes for players of all levels, from the pro all the way down to the youth league. And inside of every one of them footballs is a chip, artificial intelligence chip that will track that football. See, it normally takes them about 3 days to get all that done, but they got to work and got it all done in 18 hours, though. And, well, let's see here. The chips in the football can detect and measure air pressure changes, which can provide analytics about kicking and punting force. It'll also tell you, how much pressure you're putting on the ball when you're running with it.
Yeah.
You need to start holding on to it. And then we said, well, what about the shoes? Well, hell, they already got it in the shoes, too, see? Got a chip inside them shoes.
Knucklebuster thought he had a new idea. He said, he was telling me they got the chips in the balls, and I had never heard of that. I remember the whole deflate gate. Wasn't that the New England Patriots deflate gate when the balls didn't have the proper air pressure? I'm guessing those come into fruition after that.
Yeah, it won't be no more Tom Brady's deflate gate either, right?
Right. So Knucklebuster said, why don't they put a chip in the player's shoes? And he called me back a little bit later and he said, you won't believe this, Steve. They do have chips in some of the players' shoes.
Well, guess what I found out today? They got it in all of their equipment, even in their clothing. They've got it in their shoulder pads to see what kind of impact you took. They've got it inside the football helmet, see what kind of impact you took for concussion protocol. And see, they've even got them in golf balls, basketball shoes, tennis rackets, and all kinds of clothing. You can buy it with the chips in it. It'll tell you the fans will have information to their favorite teams, such as news, match schedules, and player statistics. How about all that, see?
That's pretty wild. So I'm assuming that if you're watching golf, I've often wondered how, like when they tee off and the balls, they can trace the ball. You're showing you with the little yellow line. I'm guessing they're using that chip to show where the ball is.
Yep, absolutely. Well, they're also embedded in the football field, see, including cameras, sensors, lasers, and these technologies help with player safety, field maintenance, and officiating cameras.
Wow.
They can track the player's speed, acceleration, and receiver separation. Well, they already got the EFP, that's electronic field production cameras, capture the game for broadcast. They got the goal line cameras. They've got sensors out there in the field, see. They monitor field conditions like temperature, moisture, and soil composition. They've even got seat occupancy sensors, too. See? You monitor the number of people sitting in the stadium. The crowd density sensors monitor the number of people in the crowd. Sound level, weather sensors. See, would you think there would actually be one inside a football player's mouth guard?
Tell me, is that true?
Absolutely, sure is.
Wow.
It's to detect head impact. See, ain't that crazy?
That is crazy.
The sticks on the sideline even have lasers in them that can actually determine when a first down has been made. See, Major League Baseball's got it. They've even got it in the bats. They even tell you how hard you hit that ball.
Well, the things...
Oh, man,
You things you learn something new every day. That's wild.
Yeah, that's crazy. And it's even possible for communication with the coach to the individual player. You can, that's nuts. So, anyway, that's what I learned today. That's opened my eyes. Well, and when they review a play, see, they can actually tell that referee, because you got GPS of the field and that chip inside that ball, tell that referee where to exactly put that ball down on the ground.
That gives you a whole new perspective of watching not only the Super Bowl, but wow.
Yep, that's about nuts. Well, that's all of my research and development for today, Steve.
Okay.
So
no baloney in that one. That was all factual information. Ada, Ohio. I had to look it up. It's kind of like south of Toledo. I guess you'd call that northwest or west central Ohio there. I did not realize that's where they make, the NFL balls for all the teams. Pretty cool stuff. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Let's see. Pappy said he was responding to Rubber Duck. And I guess Trump said he was going to tell us, and he's kept his word. The very first press conference, they come out and say, first thing they said was, the government lied to us. Righto. What else we got in the mix here? Carol checked in, got home Friday, found out we both have COVID. Oh, boy. Hope he gets to feeling better quickly. Sean Duffy confirmed to lead the U.S. Department of Transportation by a vote of 77-22 this past day. The Senate approving Donald Trump's nomination of the former congressman. All right, he does not have an extensive background when it comes to transportation, as we know. But he was in the House of Representatives 2011 to 2019, primarily serving on the Financial Services Committee. But Duffy's been a popular choice on both sides of the aisle, as well as in the trucking industry. During that confirmation hearing back on the 15th, Duffy said he would prioritize infrastructure, innovation, and safety. In his testimony, Duffy wrote, President Trump is a builder. He has told me this department is a top priority for him, and he wants to invest in rebuilding our nation's crumbling infrastructure. He asked me to focus on big, durable projects that connect our country and the people. At the time, he said, if confirmed, I will work to reduce the red tape that slows critical infrastructure projects, ensuring funds are spent efficiently. Although innovation is among his priorities, Duffy did say that safety will always be the focus. Safety is paramount. Every year, 40,000 lives are lost on roadway accidents, and this hits close to home. Yeah, my wife survived a deadly head-on car crash, which profoundly shaped her life. If confirmed, I will prioritize road safety, ensuring lives and families aren't forever changed by preventable accidents. Now, those comments apparently resonated with both Republicans and Democrats as the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation actually advanced his nomination unanimously, a 28-0 vote. How often does that happen? Nearly non-existent in this day and age, and obviously it was over bipartisan support for the full Senate, 77 yeas and 22 nays. All right, Horse Feathers mentioned last evening, I guess seeing as he is a hazardous materials, a.k.a. propane hauler, I guess he got the declaration before it hit the media. But the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, the national emergency for much of the country, as he mentioned, has been extended now through February the 15th. The declaration that was issued initially January 10 in response to the severe winter weather and extremely cold temperatures that was affecting fuel demand. All 48 states in the continental U.S., as well as Washington, D.C., are covered by this order that gives relief from the maximum driving time for motor carriers and drivers that are providing direct assistance in the designated area. Of course, the transportation of whether it be heating fuel, propane, natural gas, heating oil, gasoline, and diesel are all covered by that particular order there. All right, we're a full week of the second Trump administration is now in the books. Where are fuel prices going? We got the latest numbers when it comes to diesel prices coming up. We did see a bit of a drop over the past week. More on that to come. And, of course, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge is pausing President Trump's plan to freeze federal aid.
It was set to take effect at 5 p.m. Eastern Tuesday until a federal judge granted an 11th-hour administrative stay, putting Trump's executive order on hold at least through next Monday.
The reason for this is to ensure that every penny that is going out the door is not conflicting with the executive orders and actions that this president has taken.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
President Trump signed a number of executive orders banning any diversity-related programs in the military.
As a result of Monday's move, any new diversity-related practices are subject to an internal review by Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. Trump signed 2 other orders, including one which reinstates those who were discharged for refusing the COVID vaccine, and one preventing those who identify as transgender from serving in the armed forces. A fourth calls for the creation of a so-called next-generation Iron Dome missile defense system to protect the U.S. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The Trump administration has ordered immigration raids, which are putting local cops in a tough spot. San Antonio Sheriff Javier Salazar says he's not going to make any changes just because there's a new president.
We don't just have carte blanche to go tell first responders, go forth and go find people of color and place them under arrest.
But his department will help if asked by the feds to assist. A Nigerian man who defrauded U.S. pandemic aid programs of more than $1 million has been sentenced to prison.
Fatu Lawo lived in Canada. Federal prosecutors say that he and another man filed over 1,700 false unemployment claims. They got over $2.5 million in benefits from Washington and 24 other states. Prior to the pandemic, he used stolen personal information to file 3,000 income tax returns for over $7.5 million in refunds. He was sentenced to over 4 years in federal prison. His accomplice was sentenced to 3 years. I'm Brad Ford.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A U.S. Air Force fighter pilot is saved after a crash in Alaska. Alaska's news source says the F-35 crashed near the flight line at Eielson Air Force Base just before 1 p.m. today. The pilot was not injured. Colombia is sending planes to pick up migrants who are set to be deported on U.S. military flights.
It comes after the White House and the Colombian government agreed to President Trump's terms after threatening tariffs. According to the White House, Colombia agreed to the terms that include the unrestricted acceptance of all illegal aliens being returned from the United States. It added the U.S. will hold off tariffs and sanctions unless Colombia fails to honor this agreement. Trump threatened retaliatory measures after Colombia denied entry to a pair of U.S. military deportation flights. I'm Mark Mayfield.
An update is coming to Google Maps to reflect the new names being given to geographic landmarks.
The Gulf of Mexico will be changed to Gulf of America, and Alaska's Denali will be renamed Mount McKinley. The name changes were announced by President Trump during his inaugural address. In posts on X, Google says it will follow the government's lead by changing the names on its Maps app. Also on X, Google said they have a long-standing practice of applying name changes when they've been updated in official government sources. I'm Rory O'Neill.
The doomsday clock is closer than it's ever been to midnight. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists announced they are setting the clock to 89 seconds to midnight. This is the shortest time to 0 hour in its history, spanning 75 years. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, as we roll into hour number 2, welcome into a Wednesday. All right, later today, we mentioned in hour 1 with the Traveler's weather, the storm system supposed to start ramping up later today in the southwestern USA and eventually becoming a rather sprawling storm that will bring heavy rain and locally severe thunderstorms stretching from Texas to the Carolinas here in the last days of January. Now, here we are just a little over a week after that very rare snow event impacted parts of the same area. The latest storm, which did bring some much needed but locally damaging rain to parts of Southern California Sunday into Monday, begins to gather moisture and wind over the southern plains here midweek before then racing toward the Atlantic coast. During the latter half of the week, pockets of wintry weather will occur on the northern and western fringes, including the Four Corners region and parts of the Midwest and Northeast. The severe weather risk is going to stretch from Texas to Mississippi, maybe even the southeast coast. So showers develop throughout the day today, Wednesday, across Texas and Oklahoma. But the conditions necessary for severe weather are not expected to materialize until after nightfall. Thunderstorms that indeed erupt Wednesday night will have the capability of producing hail and flooding downpours and some locally damaging winds. Severe weather is expected to erupt west of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro Wednesday night. Then drenching, gusty thunderstorms may roll through the city just in time for that Thursday morning commute, after which showers and thunderstorms continue to charge eastward along the Interstate 10 and 20 corridors Thursday and Thursday night. So from Houston to Little Rock, Arkansas, Shreveport, Louisiana, some of the cities at risk for severe thunderstorms. Damaging wind gust, hail, and heavy rain will be the most widespread hazards across eastern Texas and the lower Mississippi Valley. Severe weather reports may be more prevalent later Thursday than we see here coming up Wednesday night. There may be a higher risk for an isolated tornado or two come Thursday. There will be more spin in the atmosphere compared to the middle of the week here. Rain and thunderstorms moving through the southeast Friday and Friday night. Downpours, gusty winds at the very least. A more widespread risk of damaging winds is possible from the Carolinas to the Florida Panhandle. Drenching rain, sparking a flood threat within into the north and the areas of severe weather. Southeastern Texas, southeastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, western Tennessee will all be at a higher risk for heavy rain Wednesday night to Thursday night, while most areas from central Texas to Kentucky are projected to pick up at least 1 to 2 inches. There's going to be totals ranging from 2 to 4 inches along a corridor from Dallas to areas west of Nashville. Some of these totals could approach 7 inches. So traveling across the region, be mindful of the heavy rain threat. Be on alert for reduced visibility, pooling of water, which heightens that risk of hydroplaning. Areas of high water should be avoided altogether. They do say in the wake of this storm, several days of dry weather is expected for the first few days of February across the southern portions of the USA. So that would be good news. Well, good morning there. Horse Feathers, what's going on?
Morning, Your Honor. So is today the day? Are we here?
It is, yes.
Oh, well, I guess we'd better do, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? Because Horse Feathers don't know.
Hump Day. It's our last hump day for January.
Wow. How did that happen already?
Where did this month go?
I'll tell you what, month and a half to the truck show. Well, I guess it's 2 months to the truck show, I guess, because the truck show seems to be a little bit late this year at the end of the month. Maybe they were predicting, or were they thinking there might be some bad weather the week before, so they pushed the truck show off an extra week this year? I'm just thinking, Your Honor, because usually it's closer to like the 21st, 22nd, 20th, something like that, and this year it's somewhere around the 27th, isn't it? Like
27th,
the
27th through the 29th. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's almost Memorial, or March. No, that's March. A couple months before Memorial Day. Can't do that. But anyway, so we're getting there, Your Honor, and of course if everything works out, depending on scheduling and stuff, first parade for the fire truck is St. Patrick's Day. So we are a month and a half to that. So get done with this waiver of the hours of service here, and winter will be over. We'll be moving right on into springtime. So anyways, did you get that picture I sent you there? Were you able to fact check that at all to see if there was any validity to it?
I was not able. I had seen that shared several times, and I did not mention it because I don't know if it's legit or not.
All right.
How do you find out?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you can come up with some government site that would tell you if it is or not, then we'll mention it. But until then, I'm sorry, listening audience, you'll have to wait for it. But if it's true, boy, will it be a real kick in the pants to a lot of politicians. But anyways, we'll have to just wait for that one. Speaking of politicians, did you hear up in Connecticut, apparently the most important thing for one of the Connecticut representatives to do, the state representatives to do, is to worry about what time a movie starts at the movie theater. Did you hear this, Your Honor?
No.
There is a representative in Connecticut that has decided that he has to make a bill to try to pass a law that when a movie theater states that a movie is going to start at a specific time, that the movie actually starts at that specific time.
Really?
Because apparently either he or his family went to see a movie, and before the movie played, there's these things called advertisements.
Yeah, advertisements and previews. A lot of people love to go see what's coming up in the future. So, you get, 15, 20 minutes of previews normally?
But the problem is that they play those at the time when the movie was projected to be
right
playing at.
Okay.
So he is upset because apparently probably he went and bought a 5-gallon pail of popcorn and a 30-gallon drum of soda, and by the time the previews and advertisements were all done, he'd run out of soda and popcorn, and he had to go out and stand in a line with 200 people to use the restroom because he had to, of course, relieve himself from that. And then he had to purchase another, probably a $35, $40 purchase of, a drum of soda and popcorn so that he'd have it for the movie.
Wow.
And I'm sure by the time he got done doing all that, or whoever, wants him to do this, by the time they got done doing that, of course, they came in late and missed the beginning of the movie. So he is trying to pass a law to, make a bill or have a law made that will show, that'll make the movie theater actually start the movie at the precise time that they advertise it for.
Are there not more important things to be worried about as a representative for the state?
I'm just thinking, Your Honor, is this the best our government can do? I mean, at least it wasn't a federal thing, but it is the state of Connecticut. But it just goes to show you where politicians just want to spend our money at. I mean, there should be the first one thrown out of office right there. I mean, maybe a second or third, because there's a few others in the federal government that really should be thrown. But that's beside the point. But anyways, I just thought that was kind of interesting. And anyways, I guess, I don't know. not a whole lot other than that to discuss for you here. We're bouncing right around 35 degrees, so we're not back below freezing, so everything seems to be pretty good. That storm you got coming across the country, is that supposed to affect the Mid-Atlantic, or is that going to stay to the north of us and head up to New England there?
I think you're going to see some. You're going to see some out of it. That's the one that's going to bring you some rain, primarily, because you're going to warm up too much.
Yeah, we'll never be cold enough to get snow out of it. I realize that, but I was hoping to not get any of the precipitation, because at this point, having frozen ground and then rain on top of it tends to make about a top half inch of dirt turn right to mud.
Yep.
And then it's all real slippery because the ground is still frozen underneath it, so that the top muddy slippery stuff wants to slide on the frozen stuff, and it actually makes it worse than just plain mud or ice to begin with. So all right, now I guess we'll deal with what you send us, you and the great gods of the AccuWeather service. And hey, one last thing. Did you see there's one less news reporter in the news business?
Yes, and even the president himself gave him a fond farewell, adieu. You piece of crap.
Well, they offered him a job in the overnight time, Your Honor. Apparently, he's not good enough to work in the overnight time. What's wrong with him? What? Doesn't he know when the best time is to work?
Yeah, right.
I'm telling you. How long have you been working the overnights? I'm just saying, Your Honor. I don't know. But anyways, with all that nonsense there, and one last thing of the one last things. Did you notice Knucklebuster avoided answering the question?
I thought he answered the question. I mean, so Tennessee watches the games with him, so I guess the answer is he doesn't have to make a choice.
Well, but the question was, if Tennessee told him there was something else that he had to do in place of that, just because she's watching the game this time, maybe there's something to come up. Now, if something came up on Super Bowl Sunday, like you had to go shopping for a wedding cake for Beth, and the princess said, we got to go out at the middle of the Super Bowl game, and because this is the only time we can get this appointment to go look at this wedding cake, where would Steve Summers be in the middle of the Super Bowl? Would he be watching the Super Bowl, or would he be picking out a wedding cake?
So you're trying to get us to admit, are we whipped or not, is the question.
I'm just saying, Your Honor. But and I guess this chip deal there, is NASCAR using chips in their helmets? You talked about all the ones in the football and all the other
I would
sports.
not, based on the fact that it's in baseball, golf, football, tennis, I would say most likely, yes. Probably a lot of others that we're not aware of. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Yeah, Horse Feathers referenced the one less news anchor. President Trump actually hailing CNN's relegation of the one-time White House press corps nemesis, a.k.a. Jim Acosta. In a it was kind of a tongue-in-cheek Truth Social post yesterday, just minutes before Acosta announced his departure from the liberal network that he used as a platform to politic against Trump. Trump writes, "Wow, really good news. Jim Acosta, one of the worst, most dishonest reporters in journalistic history, a major sleazebag, has been relegated by CNN fake news to the midnight hour, a.k.a. Death Valley, because of extraordinarily bad ratings and no talent. Word is he wants to quit, and that would be even better. Jim is a major loser who will fail no matter where he ends up. Good luck, Jim." Trump called his shot as Brian Stetler then posted Acosta's statement of resignation. Jim says, "I've decided to move on from CNN while expressing gratitude to the network and its viewers. Some parting words. Don't give in to the lies. Don't give in to the fear. Hold on to the truth and to hope." A CNN spokesman issuing a statement after the initial publishing of the report, simply saying Jim has a long, distinguished, nearly 20-year career at CNN, with a track record of standing up to authority for the First Amendment and for our journalistic freedoms. We want to thank him for the dedication and commitment he's brought to his reporting and wish him the very best in the future. If you don't recall, going back to Trump administration number one, Jim was the guy that on more than one occasion had to kind of tell Jim to shut up. I'm not taking any more questions for you to just shut up. All right. He was a major thorn in his side, to say the least. Fake news. Hump Day is upon us midweek, and Eagle checks in for the first time this week. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah, Steve, man, I'm in total shock right now, man. This is gonna be this phone call here, man. I thought I would never make this call. I'm down here in Texas right now. I'm just now getting ready to leave home, getting back on the road. Things are real crazy down here in Texas, Steve. Like I say, I knew Donald Trump was going to do the immigration deal, but I think he's taking it a little bit too far. What I'm about to say, some things are going on down in Texas that's not good at all. You got people scared to leave their homes right now, Steve. You got kids scared to go to school right now. You got businesses that are empty. Half the damn employees have either been arrested or they're scared to go to work. Now I'm gonna say this, Steve. I told you this before. I'm one of the biggest people on immigration, but I think Trump is taking it a little bit too far. Now I'm gonna say this: a person that came to the U.S. illegally, I'm talking about a mother, and she had a baby in the U.S. The mother is the one that committed the crime, not the child. The child was born here in the U.S. Donald Trump doesn't see it that way. These kids, as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of other people concerned down in Texas, Steve, these kids, they should not be deported out of the country. These kids did nothing wrong. Just because their parents broke the law don't mean that they broke the law. These kids don't speak no Spanish whatsoever. They don't know anything about Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, or whatever country they're going to send them to. They don't speak the language. They don't know anything. They never even stepped foot in this country. That Trump is boarding these people on airplanes and shipping them out like a FedEx package. You know, like I said before, I've told you this. I have no problem with Donald Trump, Steve, arresting the criminals, the MS-13s, the trendy Araguas, and all the drug dealers, the pimps, rustlers, whatever you want to call them. But some of these other people that are being transported out of the country, Steve, is totally unnecessary. It's giving the United States a real bad look. When you got people scared to go to their jobs, scared to go to work, people are scared to leave their homes. You know, and I'm talking about naturalized. You got people down here in Texas where I live at, Steve, people that were born in the United States of America, but they have the Spanish look to them, and they're setting up checkpoints down here in Texas, and they're stopping vehicles, and they're asking for identification of individuals. And you take it, like I said, I understand he's enforcing the law, but I think you're going a little bit too far, Steve. I think you're going a little bit too far with what Trump is doing. I'm one of Trump's biggest fans. But
well, let me ask you this, Eagle. Let me ask you if you're a U.S. citizen, and if Eagle, for instance, were to rob a bank, if Eagle were to knock off a liquor store and commit a crime, and he's going to be going to jail for committing a crime, your children didn't do anything, but your kids don't get to be with you anymore. Now, if he's given them the option of letting the kids go back with their parents to the country, would you rather the kids be left to stay here alone or go back with their parents?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to see families separated. Okay, if the mother is going to be deported, you need to take the kids. If the mother wants to do that, it should be a choice. It shouldn't be a forced thing, is what I'm trying to say, Steve. If the mother says, okay, I broke the law, but I want my kids to.
Right. Well, yeah, we got to hold the thought there. We pause, but we'll return after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents are conducting raids in New York today.
U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem is with agents in New York. She wrote on social media, "We're doing this right, doing exactly what President Trump promised the American people, making our streets safe." Staten Island Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis thanked the Trump administration for the effort. Scott Pringle, New York.
Capitol Police are arresting a man with a Molotov cocktail who allegedly tried to kill White House Speaker Mike Johnson. Pete Hegseth and Scott Bessent.
Ryan English traveled from Massachusetts to Washington, D.C. According to court documents, he turned himself in to a Capitol Police officer. They said they found a folding knife and 2 destructive devices in his jacket. I'm Brian Shook.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 136 points. The S&P 500 rose by 55. NASDAQ picked up an additional 391. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, picking up where we left off there. Got the latest numbers yesterday. President Trump's Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, they told us this past day, has deported 7,300 illegals in his first week, according to the Department of Homeland Security. Now, just most of the deported migrants were criminals guilty of or facing charges of robbery, rape, assault, domestic violence, drunk driving, reckless driving. Trump, however, wants to raise the pace to somewhere between 1,200 and 1,500 per day. Now, that would bring the total annual deportation up to roughly 500,000 migrants. Monday, ICE reported 1,179 deportations. So if you do the math, you're going to take 500,000 in a year's time. That would equate to 2 million over 4 years. How many came in just the past 4 years? 6, 8, 10 million? Now, ICE also reported 853 detainer requests to local police forces, asking that they hold detained illegals until they can be picked up by ICE for deportation. Many additional illegals may self-deport because of police pressure and because employers are reluctant to risk workplace raids. Now, the exiting migrants may carry skills and experiences from the United States to the economies of their home countries. That process, they say, will help grow trade between their home country and the United States. But the increased deportations have indeed spurred some flag-waving protests by some of the foreign communities here in the U.S. Now, as much as they have done to stop the flow coming into the country, apparently yesterday Trump said it's not enough. As he's overseeing, they said the border crossings are down 95% during the first days of his administration. But in his mind, that's not good enough. Fox News reported that the entire southern border only saw 582 crossings on Sunday. The numbers have been falling off a cliff since Trump took office. Friday, there were 665 illegal crossings, according to the Border Patrol. Saturday, there were 731. But he said, I've never seen anything this low in all of my border coverage. The reporter reminded readers that there were over 11,000 daily illegal crossings across the border in just one day during the height of this back in December of 23. From December of 23 to today, illegal crossings, therefore, dropped 95%. We're just a week into the presidency. Now, the record highs at the end of 2023, this saw 4,000 crossings in the Del Rio sector of Texas alone. Of the 582 overall illegal crossings Sunday, there were only 60 in the Del Rio sector. They noted there are no longer 1,500 plus migrants being released at ports of entry via the CBP One cell phone app every single day, as Trump immediately terminated that program. Now, one would think Trump would be taking a victory lap over those numbers, but if anything, he's doing the opposite. Immigration and Customs Enforcement were told by Trump officials to increase the number of daily arrests as they round up criminal illegal aliens. Trump was, according to the outlet, the Washington Post, kind of disappointed that only a few hundred were being arrested per day. So he wants to set the quota, like I said, 12 to 1,500 per day. Each ICE field office is expected to make 75 arrests per day, according to the Post, while ICE managers will be held accountable if they miss those benchmarks. But this is an incredible change from the leadership of now former President Joe Biden. Of course, the obvious shift is the actual meaningful enforcement of our immigration law. But the underlying shift is a desire for excellence, competency, and accountability. Biden and his team were not concerned about delivering any sort of measurable results. They were concerned about taking victory laps with whatever momentary victories they could muster, proclaiming that inflation dropped from one month to the next, while ignoring the overall increases in price levels as he was president. So the numbers are going to probably be going up. Let Eagle come back and finish up his thoughts there.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to say a couple of things about that, and then I want to talk about another subject. Well, like I told you, Steve, anybody who think that Donald Trump was playing games, well, you better come down to Texas and you'll find out that he's not playing games. Everywhere you look, you see state troopers. I seen a vehicle pulled over tonight when I was driving. I guess they had some illegals in there, And then when I drove by, they was in handcuffs, about 5 or 6 of them standing on the side of the road with the Border Patrol truck. These guys are not playing games. They getting these people out. They shipping them in. They shipping them out as quickly as they arrest them. You seen the big airplane that they had. They sending them, sent a big plane, I don't know what the hell they call it, down to Colombia. They sent a plane to Guatemala loaded up with people. This is not no game. Donald Trump he means serious business for anybody that think that it's a game. This is the real deal. People are being arrested all over America, Steve. Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, all the major cities have ICE units doing the deal. And Joe Biden is not in the White House no more. The border is shut. We're locked down real tight, just in case anybody didn't know that. The USA is closed for business. As they like to say, Steve, ain't nobody coming in unless they got the proper documentation. And that's the way it should be. But like I said, some of these people, all these people are not bad. I just want to make that real clear, that all these people that you see on television are not rapists, criminals, gang members, and some of these people they're arresting are working people. Now, I want to talk about something else, Steve, that should have happened a long time ago in America. Because like I talked to my girlfriend, and I used to talk to my mother about this. The United States of America, Steve, is the only country that I know of that pays people not to work, pays people money to sit at home on their rear end and collect money off the hard work and effort of people like me and you. And it's time that it comes to a stop. And Donald Trump is going to see to it that it comes to a stop. Now, people that on these WIC programs, food stamps, and all that, yeah, there are some people that need these things, these items. And I'm talking about people that can't work, the handicapped, a man that's disabled, a military veteran, somebody like that, somebody, senior citizen. Yeah, those people. But I'm talking about a grown man or a grown woman, Steve, with 2 arms and 2 legs, just like me and you, sitting on their rear end, watching television, soap operas all day long, waiting on Uncle Sam to bring another put another check in the mailbox. That's coming to an end, and it should have came to an end a long time ago in America, Steve. We got too many people sitting around doing absolutely nothing at the expense of hard-working people. And it's a quote in the Bible. It's not my quote. My mom told me this a long time ago. It's a quote in the Bible directly from God, Steve. It says, if you don't work, you don't eat. So apparently, to me, if those people don't want to work, it seems to me like they don't want to eat, because I'm tired of paying for these losers to sit on their butt and watch TV, and Donald Trump's tired of it too. So hopefully Donald Trump will end that program of giving out free money to people who don't deserve it and give it to the people that actually deserve it. Like I listed off the name of the people that do deserve this, and all the other losers, you on your own, my man. Go out and find you a job and work just like everybody else. If you don't want to work, then that's your problem, not mine, the way I see it, Steve. If I can drive this truck down the interstate mile after mile after mile, day after day, that guy, he can go do the same thing. He can go grab him a truck and he can make the same money I'm making. I'm not feeling sorry for nobody anymore, and Donald Trump's not feeling sorry. And one other thing that Donald Trump said he was going to do, and I hope, excuse me, and I hope this goes through too, Steve. Donald Trump said yesterday that we got repeat offenders, American repeat offenders that's been in and out of jail like a revolving door, 10, 15 times, arrested, back on the street again. Donald Trump said yesterday that he's going to try to make some kind of program to where he going to get these people the hell out of the country and try to make a deal with some country to transport these people there and let them stay there and get them the hell out of the United States, because apparently they don't appreciate the country that they're living in, because they get released from jail and go back to the same deal of crime, robbing and stealing and doing the same damn thing they got arrested for. So apparently they're not getting the message. So I hope Donald Trump fulfills that obligation and he gets them losers the hell out of this country and lets some people come in that actually appreciates America. And I thank you for taking my call.
Thank you much, Eagle. Eagle's on a roll. All right, fired up there. We had, let's see, some of those arrests that had taken place over the weekend. Colorado, agents with the Drug Enforcement Administration conducted an early morning raid Sunday targeting members of the Tren de Aragua gang in Colorado. The raid from the Rocky Mountain Field Division occurred in Adams County a little before 5 o'clock in the morning, Mountain Time. In a news release from the Drug Enforcement Agency, they said this was after a months-long investigative work, which led agents to discover that a makeshift nightclub contained numerous individuals associated and connected with that Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua. By the end of the raid, 49 were taken into custody. At least 41 were illegal aliens, according to ICE. DEA's Rocky Mountain Field Division has been investigating the Tren de Aragua drug trafficking since last summer. According to the special agent in charge, Jonathan Pullen, today's operation shows that the men and women of the DEA will not rest until our communities are safe from this gang and the drugs they peddle. The field office indeed revealed that several types of drugs, including cocaine, crack cocaine, and pink cocaine, were found on the premises. They also seized several weapons and a significant amount of American currency. The field office chronicled the raid, during which no shots were fired and no officers were injured. They also had a bit of fun kind of posting about the libations abandoned after the raid. Such a shame to see wasted beer, noting the Tren de Aragua party was disrupted so quickly and smoothly that the cerveza was still on ice. And no, we didn't, they quickly clarified. Cheers. Adams County partially includes the city of Aurora, Colorado, where the Tren de Aragua gang was increasing their influence toward the end of last year. Some of these members were essentially controlling certain apartment complexes in the city, and we do know the gang has a presence across several states from Florida and Georgia to Montana and Wyoming, according to Homeland Security. Sylvester here on a hump day. Morning, Sylvester.
What's happening, brother? Hey, man. First off, I got to tell you, statistically, the U.S. has a much higher level of employment than most other countries. And I got to tell you, the U.S. doesn't pay people to sit around like most other countries do. In Switzerland, for example, you have a base wage that you're guaranteed in your life, and you don't have to do anything.
Really?
In Australia, yeah, it's pretty crazy. That's why when you go there, a Whopper at Burger King is over $20 just for a Whopper. And I'm not talking 20 Swiss francs. I'm talking $20 converted. Anyway, same thing here. I mean, in Australia, it's the same way. The UK is the same way. Germany, most countries have got a very high level of people that don't work. The way they do it here is they actually, like they do in the States, they do the same thing in the U.S. They basically cheat on their unemployment numbers, and they make it so it looks like there are more people working than there really are. Susan's ex-husband literally hasn't worked a day in his life, and there's so many. I jokingly say his job was to ensure that the bed didn't levitate. So, but anyway, that's not really why I called it. I heard Eagle say those things. I kind of had a chuckle in saying that there are no countries on earth that do that. It's all bull crap. Most do a lot more than the U.S. does. It's worse today than it ever has been. Don't get me wrong, but it's nothing like most other countries. Now, so I've been listening to a lot of what Trump is saying, and the whole thing about sending, something else Eagle was saying, did Trump actually say he's going to take people, repeat citizen offenders and send them out of the country to somewhere else?
I haven't heard that. No, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. I seriously doubt that Trump would have said that. He knows that you can't do that. I mean, nobody's going to take them. First off, I mean, what would you take somebody in your house that you know has been a 3-time or 4-time offender? Or,
no.
Say, yeah, come on in, buddy. We'll take you. Yeah, it ain't gonna happen. I mean, look what happened with Colombia. Colombia said, you ain't sending those people back to us. And I remember I had somebody say to me, "Do you see what Trump did? He sent all those people to Colombia. How can he do that? He's a bully." I'm like, "Oh, no, he's smart. He's smart." And then, because of course, what did he do? He said, "Okay, yeah, you're not gonna take these people who are your citizens and are living in our country illegally, and that's called repatriation, by the way. We're repatriating them, and you won't take them back. Hey, not a problem. Get ready for the the sanctions and the increase of the tariff." And they're like, "Oh yeah, well maybe we will take them." Yeah, of course you will. So, and like I said, I've heard people criticize Trump for that. And I'm like, bull crap. That's brilliant. People don't get how bad it's been the last 4 years. My question is it going to get better or is it going to get worse? So it's like the gangs down there around Del Rio that have been shooting across the border, but are now like actually getting into islands in the Rio Grande that are claimed by the U.S. Some of them are claimed by U.S. and Mexico, and shooting at Border Patrol. Never done before. Now, have you talked about that, Steve? Because I haven't listened.
Yeah, night before last, I brought that up. Yeah, I mean both the U.S. and Mexico claimed that little island. Nobody was actually hit by the gunfire, but I think the administration responded this past day. Tom Homan said, "We ain't going to put up with that."
Well, I don't. So my news sources are probably maybe different to yours. BBC, which is one of the ones that I kind of follow because it gives me a good perspective, a non-U.S. bias, whether it's left or right. It's either way. It's kind of a British bias, which is fine. Did you know that the Mexican army was actually close by to where that was going on?
Would they have been participating or just ignoring? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they didn't respond immediately, evidently, and that was one of the things that our State Department was extremely, not very happy about. You guys basically let this happen, and you guys were close by.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that made the news in the States or not. Some of the other things that I'm seeing, like the interest rate, the U.S. dollar, the way it's going at the moment. There are a lot of things that are happening, like the AI company from China. I'm glad that President Trump didn't immediately discount it, say, "Hey, we're the best there ever was," blah blah blah. I liked how he responded and how he said, "You know what? This is a wake-up call to NVIDIA, other manufacturers of software. We got to step up our game, period." And it's true. If you've got essentially slave labor conditions in China,
and I believe we may have lost our connection. That's never happened before. See if I can get Sylvester back with us again. When we discussed it the other morning, I I thought I had seen that the Mexican, some Mexican military were in fairly close proximity, but I have no idea how close.
Audio recording is on.
All right.
And I think that's something that we talked about probably 2 years ago. Some of the other things that are going on, like in the Middle East, I like the fact that, Hamas is making a show of what's going on. And this agreement, first off, as much as we'd like to be able to give Trump the kudos for it, Trump himself said, I had nothing to do with it. It's good that they're doing it. They probably are afraid of me or whatever he said exactly. I don't know. But, and that's one reason why it's as loose of an agreement as it is, and probably as bad of an agreement as it is. But remember, it's only 42 days. So, there's another thing. We've had hell weather over here. Yesterday, it went from 105 degrees at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon to 68 degrees an hour later.
1 hour. Wow.
An hour. With 42 degrees, down to 21 Celsius in an hour. That was intense. You should have felt the storms last night. We've been having storms all day. It's usually not like this. It's usually a quick change and then it's over with, but it hasn't been that way. And all the greeny global warmists are going, it's climate change. The people that are, I know, it's just getting old. So when you coming down here for a cruise, buddy?
An Australian cruise? I don't know about that. Hey, we got to pause as we hit the top of the hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Police in Coral Gables, Florida say officers stopped 2 vans that were transporting more than 24 illegal Chinese migrants. 26 in total, including 17 men and 9 women. Police say they were in the process of being transported to an unknown location this morning.
We believe they came by boat. They came into a secluded area around the southern end of Coral Gables.
Police Chief Ed Hudak. 2 alleged smugglers were taken into custody and a firearm was recovered. Multiple agencies responded and U.S. Homeland Security has taken over the investigation. A grassroots effort is underway to boycott companies that have dropped their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
Among them is Target stores. On Monday, Los Angeles Urban Policy Roundtable President Earl Ofari Hutchinson called for a 24-hour DEI shop-out boycott against Target in a mainly black and Hispanic neighborhood of Los Angeles.
When you're talking about eliminating equity in management, particularly that's where it hurts the most, and also the general workforce, it's not fair.
Participants are encouraging shoppers not to spend money at Target because it eliminated its DEI program. Hutchinson says the National Action Network, Reverend Al Sharpton, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and the Congress of Racial Equality are all calling for similar boycotts of several companies that have done the same. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Trump administration is putting dozens of USAID senior officials on administrative leave.
Those placed on leave include more than 50 career civil servants and foreign service officers. An email obtained by various media outlets indicates the employees were placed on leave after they tried to circumvent Trump's executive orders. Monday's action reportedly targeted senior attorneys with the agency. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A U.S. Air Force fighter pilot is safe after a crash in Alaska. Alaska's news source says the F-35 crashed near the flight line at Eielson Air Force Base just before 1 p.m. Tuesday. The pilot was not injured. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. Medi-Share is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join Medi-Share, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
The city of Lexington, Kentucky, approved another round of grants to increase the city's tree canopy.
WKYT reports $500,000 in grants were provided to community groups in May through Lex Grow Trees. Another $400,000 has been awarded to increase the city's tree canopy to 30%. Crawford Middle School of Lexington receives money to plant 30 trees throughout the campus. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The Washington Attorney General is warning about scam organizations trying to get funding donations for wildfire victims.
The Attorney General's office recommends researching organizations to make sure they're legitimate. The Washington Secretary of State's office has a database of registered charities. Don't fall victim to robocalls or text messages. Verify a charity's tax status. If you do fall victim to a scam, you can file a complaint form on the Attorney General's website. I'm Brad Ford.
Basketball legend Magic Johnson said he didn't hesitate to get involved in the new initiative called LA Rises. It's going to bring the private sector together with the city, county, and state to accelerate recovery efforts from the fires in L.A. County. Johnson says it's something that's important to him.
My focus will be on Altadena because we're going to be left. Those people may be left behind. I want to make sure that that doesn't happen.
L.A. Dodgers chairman Mark Walter, his foundation, and the Dodgers Foundation have already committed $100 million to this initiative.
God bless everybody. Bless our incredible city.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we roll into hour number 3, kicking off a Wednesday, hump day. Yeah, when are we coming to the land down under for a cruise? I don't know. You remember old Scotty, a.k.a. Demon? I think he's got an Australian cruise booked for later this year.
Yeah. Right, yeah. If he contacts you, give him my information. You've got my... Can you see my number there?
I can.
That's +61, right?
Uh-huh.
And then the number. But if you want to give him my number, I talked to him a couple of times, on the chat, that kind of thing. I think we may be Facebook friends, but I'm not positive. But yeah. When he comes down here, I definitely look forward to seeing him. And anybody that comes down here, if you're coming down here, if you're making the effort, I'm going to make the effort to see you, take you out to a nice Australian dinner. And you know what? I'm even going to pay for it. I'm not going to do a Rusty Wade who go out for dinner and be like, oh, yeah, I left my wallet out in the truck. Now, I want to say this, though. That was all a big joke. That was not real.
Right.
That he paid for more people having dinner, lunch, breakfast than, most people even know. The man was amazing in that way. But the joke, that was kind of his shtick, his joke. So, but if you make the effort, come down to Australia, I will make sure that I give you a sightseeing tour of Sydney if you're coming into Sydney. Even drive you up here. If you need a place to stay up here, I got a bed for a couple of days. We got a nice house. It's not like it's not like something you see on Beverly Hillbillies had a nice house afterwards. It's not like Jed Clampetty's first place.
Right.
But anyway, get in contact with me. Look, love to see some truck drivers down here. When 9/11 hit, the now ex-wife and I were actually setting up tours down here to take people to, introduce them to the Australian trucking industry, and that was kind of a cool thing we were going to do. And then 9/11 hit, and well, that ended that. But if you come down here for a cruise, Dave, take care of you. We're going on a cruise in just over 2 weeks. It's 3 weeks from today, actually, 3 weeks from today, no, 2 weeks, that we actually cast off for it's only 4 days, but hey, Susan's never been on a cruise. I don't want to spend a whole bunch of money on something she's going to be miserable on. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, of course, there'll be lots of photos and videos and all that kind of stuff I'll be posting online. But you got to get down here, man. You think you can handle a 14-hour flight?
Boy, oh boy, I don't like a 2-hour flight, let alone a 14.
Yeah, and that's 14 from L.A., brother.
So I got to fly I got to fly 6 hours west and then head to Australia.
Yeah. So evidently, though, I just found out American Airlines, I think it is flying to JFK, and I can't remember which airline is flying from Brisbane, I think it is, maybe Sydney, but to Dallas, believe it or not. So, yeah, hey, that's close. That's a little bit closer if you fly from Dallas, but it just means it's a longer flight from Dallas. So, but yeah, come on down.
One of these days, maybe that's something I need to have on my bucket list, right? Because the bucket list you ain't got forever. Is that Porn Star?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Steve. How you doing, sir?
Doing well. What's up?
Hey, I got a question for you. I've been listening to you for years now, but I really haven't paid a whole lot of attention when y'all were talking about the gorge on 40 there at the North Carolina-Tennessee line.
Yes.
Because I spend most of my time out west through Wyoming, Colorado, all out west. I never really paid attention to it. But this week, my company got me and another team running from Quincy, Illinois over to Charlotte, North Carolina. And I looked on my GPS, and 40 is still closed. But then there's some roads that are open, like state routes. But I swear I heard you say that those state routes are not allowing trucks to go down it. So I guess my question is to the drivers that spend all their time on the East Coast, is it just better for me to stay on 40, go up to through Knoxville up to on 81 up to Kingston, Tennessee, and then hit 26 to go through Asheville, and they go up to Charlotte that way, or are those roads open to trucks? That shows on my GPS. I swear you said that those routes are closed.
Yeah,
to trucks, I just want to make sure.
There's a number of those state routes that are off limits, and I'll see if I can pull up what the correct route would be. I think 81. That sounds correct there.
Yeah, 81 up to Kingston and hit I-26. And that takes 26 goes to Asheville, and and it shows it's open at 40 is open at Asheville, North Carolina. But I'm thinking about taking that one. I just want to get because I haven't been out there, and God, it's probably been 15 years since I've been through there. So like I spent all my time out west playing in the mountains in the snow.
Mm-hmm.
And they got me going out here this week, and I'm like, oh boy, I just don't want to get myself in trouble because I haul explosives, so I just don't want to get myself in a situation.
You don't want to be on one of those routes that are off limits, no doubt.
Exactly, and I just want to get some advice from the drivers that go through there all the time, if you understand. Oh, and the other night, you guys were talking about, I think it was last night, I think Blind Man called. He was asking, as the oil industry picked up since Trump took over. I know I live in southeast Wyoming, and since Trump started, they got 3 new oil rigs up out where I live. That just came up since last Wednesday.
Okay.
And I haul explosives to coal mines and different mines, copper mines, gold and silver and all that out west. And for the last couple of months, it's been really slow, extremely slow. And now, within the last week, we don't have enough drivers. Everything, the North Antelope coal mine, the nation's largest coal mine up in Gillette, Wyoming, they're wanting at least like 30 loads of explosives up there. They're blasting crazy right now since Trump's taken over. That's what I could tell you what's going on with the mines out west.
Okay.
Especially the coal mines.
I did a quick search here and I'm looking at from the North Carolina DOT website. It says routing for trucks over 30 feet due to Helene. It says do not use Google Maps, Waze, or Apple Maps. These apps will give routes that trucks get stuck on. It says from Tennessee, use 81 north to 77 south to I-40 west. Use US 74
77 south.
Yeah. To I-40 west. And it says use US 74 east to I-40. Do not attempt to cross the North Carolina-Tennessee line on other roads. So I guess all those state routes are off limits.
Okay, very good. I appreciate it, Steve. I really do, buddy. Like I said, I haven't been out that way in years, and when you guys were talking about it for the last couple of months, I really never paid attention because, hell, I'm out west.
Right,
so I don't have to worry about it. But all of a sudden, here I am.
Yep. All right. Well, hopefully that helps you out. If anybody out there has any additional advice, I'll be happy to share it with you. Put them on here. Yeah, from Tennessee, 81 north to 77 south to I-40 west. Use US 74 east to I-40. Crossing the Tennessee-North Carolina border. So, meanwhile, Vic checks in on a Wednesday morning. Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I've been on the road for a long time, but if he's headed to Charlotte, just stay on 77 south. That'll take him right into Charlotte unless they've changed that. But if he's hauling explosives, they used to have that all routed out for him. But last night there, when you called, I called whenever you were mentioning about the Manhattan Project and this AI thing they were going to do. The government was getting ready to do some different stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They called it, I forgot what they called it, and your phone lines picked up and it was busy, and then I kind of got busy. But I was listening to Knucklebuster talking about all these different sensors they have every place, and that the AI thing is so widespread. But really the biggest problem that we're having with America right now is there are people retiring from the intelligence agencies and the military and actually going to work for China. And I was surprised at that because I think Trump did take General Milley's security clearance right off the bat, but I was surprised that those people were actually going to work for China. And I know, actually my brother-in-law worked for some of the things remodeling the ships to carry armaments and stuff, and most of the workers on that were Chinese. So who knows what all they're sending back to China and what intelligence they have. And then today I watched a little bit of the hearings they had in Congress about the Panama Canal, treaty. I guess Carter had some sort of a treaty with Panama, and in that treaty, if foreign military power is doing anything, which China is there in the Panama Canal, then that triggers a whole bunch of things, and I guess America can come back in, and China has what's called the String of Pearls, and that's also on the Suez Canal. So the whole thing with China trying to get into us through the different apps and artificial intelligence and everything, there definitely needs to be something done, but it's a pretty large project they have to do. And you mentioned the Manhattan Project, that had to do with the atomic bomb. And we talk about the government lying to us. They had the whole thing for years about how secure that was, and actually it was riddled with Russian spies or Soviet spies at the time. And Stalin actually knew more about our nuclear bomb development than Harry Truman did whenever Harry Truman took over as president. And the big thing with the bomb drop that we did in Japan was upset because we came out with the B-29, and the B-29 could fly higher, and it could actually deliver weapons into Tokyo and different places, and they were dropping a lot of incendiary bombs. And in return, Japan actually was having their submarines, I think there was J-1 submarines, come off the West Coast, and they were trying to set our West Coast forest on fire, but I guess the weather conditions weren't right, and they never did get that done. And the reason Japan was reluctant to basically surrender after the first atomic bomb, they were preparing biological weapons. They had infected a lot of fleas with the bubonic plague, and they were preparing to drop that on America, hoping to wipe out a bunch of people. But after the second atomic bomb, they decided to surrender.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just a little bit of things. And that Manhattan Project, I believe the Fermi Accelerator is still there just north of Chicago. I couldn't tell if it's operational or not, but the Manhattan Project, it was not nearly as secure as we've been told over all the years. And the whole thing with the government lying to us and stuff, and Eagle was talking about Trump. The fault that I have with Trump is he's kind of like a bull in a china shop. He doesn't really plan up, okay, if this doesn't work, what's plan B? And I guess you've seen today where he had pulled all that funding on these NGOs that are actually, and so some judge comes along and says, no, you can't do that. And I guess that's what they were arguing about on that Impound Act with the Officer of Management and Budget, nomination hearings that they had. But the whole thing with that, I guess there's an Impound Act came along back in Nixon's time. But the other thing is that a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, they realized what these NGOs were up to. So they passed the Corporate Responsibility Act. But then Congress in turn put in a thing that said nonprofits were exempt from the Corporate Responsibility Act. And under the Corporate Responsibility Act, anyone could request information on these nonprofits and NGOs. But then the reasoning was, the reason the nonprofits and the corporate responsibility people, the NGO people were exempt, was they said, well, these people are audited by the IRS and these other people to make sure that they're actually doing what's right. Well, the IRS, as far as I know, they're not doing a very good job of auditing these people, or the Inspector General, or whoever's spending this money. And so then whenever this judge, whoever he was, put a stay on Trump holding up all this funding for these NGOs, Trump just decides, I guess, to fight him, straight up. And in my way of thinking, he should have said, well, okay, we'll go along with that, but I'm going to turn the IRS onto all these NGOs and nonprofits, and that's the way we're going to. So, that Trump, I like what Trump's doing. I'm just not too fond of the way he's doing it, I guess is the easiest way to put it.
Well, I mean, I've heard, I know a little bit about what's going on there. I know Congress, I've said this several times, Congress controls the purse strings in D.C. You got the separation of powers, money that's been appropriated by Congress for certain things, whatever it's going to be. Funds that had been passed by Congress, say for Ukrainian aid, I don't believe the president has the authority to come in and say, nope, we're not sending that to Ukraine. We're going to give this to this or that organization. Especially when it's congressionally appropriated. Obviously, this is what they're all looking through now. But shortly after Trump made a block, a freeze on federal grants and loans, a judge has temporarily blocked that freeze. I mean, they're saying this could add up to like trillions of dollars. The U.S. District Judge blocking the action Tuesday afternoon, just minutes before it was set to go in effect. The administrative stay will pause the freeze until next Monday. They're going to have to sort through this. What's this mean? The White House had planned to start the pause as they begin an across-the-board review of federal spending. Yeah, the plan sparked confusion and panic among organizations that rely on Washington for their financial lifeline. Administration officials said federal assistance to individuals would not be affected, including Social Security, Medicare, food stamps, student loans, scholarships. So they're going to have to sort this out. It is 844-844-3388. Let's just jump on down to Florida, get started with Philip here. Morning, Philip. What's up?
Not much, buddy. Will that affect mortgages, Steve?
I have no idea.
You know, like some of your your federally funded mortgages and whatnot. Will that affect any of that?
Like the Fannie Freddie stuff?
Yeah, the FHA stuff and all that. You know, will that? You know, that's a big question, and it's kind of interesting to hear Vic talk about the Manhattan Project. And you know, what's funny is those B-29s he was talking about. You know, Steve, I never thought about this until I studied them, but there was one way to tell a B-29 that dropped an atomic bomb that was different than a regular B-29 bomber. And that was, they had reversible props to where they could back the plane up. They could reverse the pitch on the prop on the engines and back the airplane up using like a reverse.
Mm-hmm.
And they could back it up so they could go over the pit where they put the bomb. See, back at Tinian and those places, when they were, you know, bombing over there, they had they didn't have the conditions that we have over here as far as airfields go. So they put a big concrete pit in the ground. They put the bomb in the pit, and then they backed the plane over top of it, and then they put the bomb up into the plane. And that's the one way you can tell a B-29 that was set up for atomic bomb drops, is it had reversible props. I like hearing Vic talk about that. I put a lot of interest in World War II when I was growing up and learning planes and all the stuff, and that stuff really interests me. But I'm kind of wondering too, and I see you're going for a news break here in a second. I'll hang out if you need me to.
Yeah, we are a little less than a minute away, so we can, we'll take care of that. Coming up, we do have more details. It was kind of a breaking story, the shooting at the grocery store in Elkhart, Indiana. They're early, the news coming out early Tuesday morning. We get the rest of the story. They've identified those who were killed. One was an employee. Another was just someone shopping there. The shooter then, of course, in a shootout with police, ultimately killed as well. The two officers that were shot, one has been released from the hospital. Other is listed in stable condition. But as I said, more details coming up. Good to have you on board. Rolling into a Wednesday. We turn the page on the calendar here. 29th of January. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Police in Coral Gables, Florida say officers stopped two vans that were transporting more than 24 illegal Chinese migrants. 26 in total, including 17 men and 9 women. Police say they were in the process of being transported to an unknown location this morning.
We believe they came by boat. They came into a secluded area around the southern end of Coral Gables.
Police Chief Ed Hudak. 2 alleged smugglers were taken into custody and a firearm was recovered. The Trump administration is putting dozens of USAID senior officials on administrative leave.
Those placed on leave include more than 50 career civil servants and foreign service officers. An email obtained by various media outlets indicates the employees were placed on leave after they tried to circumvent Trump's executive orders. Monday's action reportedly targeted senior attorneys with the agency. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. Medi-Share is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join Medishare, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Where we leave off. All right, back to Philip. Thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, buddy, and something else I want to bring up. I heard on your news there. Did you hear them talking about the civil servants that they've cut?
Yes. Yeah, like 50 of them?
Yes. Okay, so we have the same problem down here, and a lot of people like Florida civil servants. What? Cape Canaveral, Kennedy Space Center, has a ton of civil servants that work in the rocket programs. Okay? So when you look at a rocket program like, say, the SLS or the Boeing Starliner, those programs, the companies work with NASA and develop the rockets and develop the programs. Whereas you have companies like SpaceX that the government hires them, and they have their own engineers and all that to develop the program, and basically they just come in and inspect it. That's it. If that makes sense. And those civil servants have been out at Cape Canaveral for years. I'm talking years. And that, Steve, is the reason why a lot of these programs like SLS, they're scared they're going to get cut because of these guys have been, I wouldn't say they're milking the cow, but the money has been, they've taken way too long to develop those programs. We've seen that with SLS. And those civil servants, I wouldn't be surprised if that they went out there and cleaned house at Cape Canaveral. What are your feelings on that, Steve?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the NASA administrator stepped down. Did he see possible budget funding cuts maybe coming his way because of the likes of the SLS?
He probably did. Bill Nelson and all them guys, I'm telling you, I like Bill Nelson. He's a nice man. I've met him. But, when it comes to funding and all that, and you're taking a lot of money, a lot of money. SLS is very expensive, and it's old technology that's been updated, but I believe there's other ways of doing it other than the way they're doing it. We've seen that with the space shuttles. They use the same technology. Essentially, the SLS program is the same thing as a space shuttle. It just doesn't have a space shuttle. It's got a capsule on top of it. And they say try true and we keep doing it. Well, it's tried true, but it's also a dangerous way of sending something up into space. I don't even think the Chinese want to get into that way of shooting rockets. And it's just easier to hire a company to do it. You think about it, Steve. Have we heard the term subcontractor? How many years have we heard that term? We've heard that term. Hire a subcontractor, they'll come in and do the job.
Forever. Yes.
Well, it's turning that way into space. With Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, a lot of different companies are coming in and saying, hey, we'll supply the way to move it, and it's that way. And it's kind of funny though with Elon, you're going to see a lot more stuff at Cape Canaveral happening. Did you hear the other day about the Gigabay they're going to be building out there, Steve? That Gigabay?
No, sir.
All right, so they're actually building one in Boca Chica. They're getting it ready right now to build it. And the Gigabay, what it is it's going to be this huge building. It's going to be as big, almost as big as the VAB. Not quite. And the VAB is the Vehicle Assembly Building at Cape Canaveral, and they've used it since the Saturn programs and all them, the Apollo, And this Gigabay is going to be big enough to handle any height. So they'll be able to assemble a lot of big stuff. And they're putting one up at Cape Canaveral, Elon is, and he's going to be putting one at Boca Chica. Now, could the Starship be built in Boca Chica and then flown over to Cape Canaveral? Absolutely. Look at this. Think about launching what we saw the other day from Texas and flying it right over to Florida. It isn't that far. And they're also working on a program for the United States government, Elon is, to transport troops and troop supplies from different parts of the United States. They are working on some big things with the Starship that's other than going to Mars. Mars is what the focus is, but there's other things going on with it that a lot of people don't know about. There's stuff that can be used with that technology and get troops anywhere in the world in 5 to 10 minutes. Can you imagine that, Steve? A Starship taking off with troops going to another country?
Wow.
That could happen. So, and everybody thinks it's just about going up into space and launching satellites. No, The Starship could take off from Boca Chica and go anywhere in the world, 5-10 minutes. If they could get it down right. And that's why they're working on it, Steve. So just food for thought. Thought I'd throw that out there, and I'm glad to hear Vic and the guys in there, and Sylvester too as well. And we'll talk to you later, buddy. Y'all have a good day. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Philip. Have a great morning. Crisis averted. Canadian National and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers of Canada did reach a last-minute tentative agreement on a new 4-year contract, averting a strike that was slated to begin Tuesday. The union represents about 750 signals and communication employees across Canada. They've been working without a contract since December 31. Montreal-based Canadian Northern said in a release the terms of the agreement would not be disclosed until the contract is actually ratified. As we touched on last evening, the union had issued a 72-hour strike notice last weekend. They've been negotiating since September of last year. Of course, if that stoppage had occurred, that would have threatened more than a third of Canadian National's revenue that is tied to United States trade. Also under union headlines, Braindead had forwarded this my way this past day. Employees of a flagship Whole Foods market in Philadelphia voting to become the first unionized store in the Amazon-owned grocery chain's history. United Food and Commercial Workers Local 1776 announced the victory in a post on Monday night. Workers at Amazon Whole Foods in Philadelphia made history today, and they voted to unionize, and won, was the post. The National Labor Relations Board emailed USA Today yesterday to confirm that Region 4 Philadelphia conducted a ballot count for 297 full-time and part-time employees at Whole Foods in Philadelphia to vote on union representation by Food and Commercial Workers Local 1176. Workers voted 130 to 100 for union representation. Now that the vote has passed, the board said Whole Foods, the employer, must begin bargaining in good faith with the union. The board said both parties have 5 business days to file objections to the election. If none are filed, the result will be certified. In a statement to USA Today, Whole Foods Market said the company is disappointed by the outcome of this election. We are committed to maintaining a positive working environment in our Philly Center City store. The grocery chain statement also noted that Whole Foods Market is proud to offer competitive compensation, great benefits, and career advancement opportunities to all team members. I guess the bigger question, is that the first of what may be a trend? I guess time will tell, but yes, disappointed by that particular vote. Good morning, CNI Dog.
It's Doug.
It's not the first time that's happened. Hello, Doug.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. What's been happening?
Thanks for taking my call. Regarding a news story I heard before your show came on, I was listening to Fox. I didn't catch all of this news story. Maybe you could look it up, shed a little light on it. Maybe you know something about it. There were federal agents, I'm going to butcher this, but I'll try to get it to you the best way I can. There were federal agents, maybe military people that went into California and turned on some water for federal reservoirs. Do you know anything about this?
That was kind of the headline. Yeah, Trump's, as they say, sends the military. I did not print the story up in its entirety, but there is validity to the story. What it means by the military, how did they turn the water on, I'm not sure, but I'll see if I can get the rest of the story.
Sounds great. Thank God for Donald J. Trump. That's all I got to say. Thanks, Steve. You have a good night.
All right, like I said, I'll see if I can get the rest of the story. That was, somebody brought that headline up last evening. Let's see. From the LA Times yesterday, it says Trump social media claim of using troops to force water flow is refuted by California. California water regulators deny Trump's claim that U.S. military turned on the water. From KCRA, California senator demands answers from Trump administration on the use of military. Let's see if I can pull that one up. For emergency powers for water is the headline. So I guess Trump made the claim, and now they're saying, well, that's not true. I'll see if we can get the rest of the story, as they say. That's what we're here for. And we'll take care of that and be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, based on this story from just about, 5 hours ago out of Sacramento, it sounds like there's more confusion than clarity in regards to what's going on with the water. A day after President Trump claimed to have used the U.S. military and emergency powers to pump more water from Northern California to Southern California, federal officials have yet to give details or explain the action. Via Truth Social Monday night, the president wrote, the United States military just entered the great state of California and under emergency powers turned on the water flowing abundantly from the Pacific Northwest and beyond. The days of putting a fake environmental argument over the people are over. Enjoy the water, California. That was Trump's post. California Senator Alex Padilla sending a letter to the Defense Secretary yesterday afternoon demanding clarity on the president's use of military and executive powers. He also asked how much more water is now flowing through the federal pump. Clarity and transparency are crucial to ensure the public's properly informed and that any actions comply with federal laws governing the use of the U.S. military within the United States. Several state water experts tell KCRA 3 that the president was referring to the C.W. Bill Jones pumping plant in Tracy, California. As of Tuesday night, the Bureau of Reclamation had yet to respond to repeated requests. Now, California's Department of Water Resources denied that the military came into the state to do the water work, and that the post was the result of the conclusion of routine maintenance at the plant. Between January 21 and 24, the federal government was doing maintenance on their system. It's a maintenance that's well coordinated with the state water project that does not end pumping. It shifts some of the responsibility. According to Governor Newsom speaking to reporters yesterday, it takes a few days to get the pumps back to 100%. I think perhaps that's what they were celebrating and reflecting on last night. The Trump administration's new Department of Government Efficiency, also known as DOGE, posted that it had visited the site and congratulated the Department of the Interior and the Bureau of Reclamation for more than doubling the federally pumped water flowing towards Southern California in 72 hours. It was an honor for the DOGE team to work with you. Now, the president of the Northern California Water Association kind of echoed the governor's account. He said, "My understanding is that the federal system was down several days. I believe it was routine maintenance. That's one of the challenges of being a water manager. Sometimes you have to stop the system so you can do the maintenance. And that's important to keep the infrastructure fresh. My understanding is those systems are back online. Water is absolutely flowing south." Guy noted that the Tracy facility is near a state water project facility known as Clifton Court 4Bay in the San Joaquin Delta. These projects are closely operated together. He said both systems go in to the San Luis Reservoir to be used at a latter time during drier parts of the year. Former Republican state senator tells KRCRA that he's not sure what happened Monday night, but noted the flow of water from Northern California to Southern California is controlled by a system that involves a series of decisions. We do have the aqueduct, we have the San Luis Reservoir, we have the abilities to move water south, absolutely. There's pumps in Tracy that we use to take water out of the Delta, and those pumps are regulated by the smelt. When you can pump and when you can't pump. There are certain times you can, and there are apparently times you can't turn the pumps on. Okay, that's the smelt is that fish thing, the story that made headlines. Okay, so like I said, with all that being said, it almost sounds like more questions than actual answers as to what happened there. Meanwhile, what do we got? Good morning. It's the lovely Dingbat. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there listening in, as we can now take the cruise control off as we head downhill for the weekend. All right, let's buckle up. Make sure your tray tables are in the upright position. Today is National Curmudgeon Day, which should be celebrated on every payday. It is Seeing Eye Guide Dog Day. It is National Free Thinkers Day, National Carnation Day, and it is National Puzzle Day, along with National Corn Chip Day, but most importantly, it's the Chinese New Year, or the year of the Democrat. I mean snake. You're the snake. So Happy New Year. Chinese New Year, year of the snake. All right, now this date in history. Let's see. I'll have to put these out of order, as the last one on our bull hauler friend would probably be having a barbecue right about now. 1595, Romeo and Juliet was first performed. 1845, Edgar Allan Poe published The Raven. 1886, Carl Benz received the patent for the world's first automobile to be put into production, which will eventually become Mercedes-Benz. How about that? 1892, Coca-Cola was first incorporated. Yeah, Braindead wanted me to throw this in. In 1936, the first class for the Baseball Hall of Fame was elected as Babe Ruth, Ty Cobb, Honus Wagner, Christy Mathewson, and Walter Johnson, the first inductees. All right. 1959, Walt Disney releases Sleeping Beauty. 2009, Ron Blagojevich removed from office after conviction of corruption charges. That was in the state of Illinois, right? Now, last but certainly not least, I bet our bull hauler friend has that barbecue grill warmed up, as today in 1861, Kansas was admitted to the Union as the 34th state. Thank you very much to the Dingbat. All right, about a minute before news break. Did catch on the updates here that Capitol Police arresting a man with Molotov cocktails and knives who allegedly wanted to go to the Capitol to kill House Speaker Mike Johnson, as well as the recently confirmed nominees, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Ryan English, who traveled from Massachusetts to Washington, actually turning himself in to Capitol Police near the south door of the building. Officers said they found a folding knife as well as 2 destructive devices inside the pockets. When they searched English, the destructive devices were 50-milliliter bottles of Absolute brand vodka with a gray cloth affixed to the top, a.k.a. Molotov cocktails, a green Bic lighter. They then searched his vehicle, finding a 750-milliliter bottle of Smirnoff 100 proof vodka and a gray sweatshirt with cloth cut from the sleeves. I guess he actually admitted that those were the individuals he wanted to take out there. There are some crazy people amongst us.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Police in Coral Gables, Florida say officers stopped 2 vans that were transporting more than 24 illegal Chinese migrants. 26 in total, including 17 men and 9 women. Police say they were in the process of being transported to an unknown location this morning.
We believe they came by boat. They came into a secluded area around the southern end of Coral Gables.
Police Chief Ed Hudak. 2 alleged smugglers were taken into custody and a firearm was recovered. Multiple agencies responded, and U.S. Homeland Security has taken over the investigation. A grassroots effort is underway to boycott companies that have dropped their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
Among them is Target stores. On Monday, Los Angeles Urban Policy Roundtable President Earl Ofari Hutchinson called for a 24-hour DEI shop-out boycott against Target in a mainly Black and Hispanic neighborhood of Los Angeles.
When you're talking about eliminating equity in management, particularly that's where it hurts the most, and also the general workforce, it's not fair.
Participants are encouraging shoppers not to spend money at Target because it eliminated its DEI program. Hutchinson says the National Action Network, Reverend Al Sharpton, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and the Congress of Racial Equality are all calling for similar boycotts of several companies that have done the same. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Trump administration is putting dozens of USAID senior officials on administrative leave.
Those placed on leave include more than 50 career civil servants and foreign service officers. An email obtained by various media outlets indicates the employees were placed on leave after they tried to circumvent Trump's executive orders. Monday's action reportedly targeted senior attorneys with the agency. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A U.S. Air Force fighter pilot is safe after a crash in Alaska. Alaska's news source says the F-35 crashed near the flight line at Eielson Air Force Base just before 1 p.m. Tuesday. The pilot was not injured. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. Medi-Share is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join Medi-Share, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
The city of Lexington, Kentucky, approved another round of grants to increase the city's tree canopy.
WKYT reports $500,000 in grants were provided to community groups in May through Lex Grow Trees. Another $400,000 has been awarded to increase the city's tree canopy to 30%. Crawford Middle School of Lexington receives money to plant 30 trees throughout the campus. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The Washington Attorney General is warning about scam organizations trying to get funding donations for wildfire victims.
The Attorney General's office recommends researching organizations to make sure they're legitimate. The Washington Secretary of State's office has a database of registered charities. Don't fall victim to robocalls or text messages. Verify a charity's tax status. If you do fall victim to a scam, you can file a complaint form on the Attorney General's website. I'm Brad Ford.
Basketball legend Magic Johnson said he didn't hesitate to get involved in the new initiative called LA Rises. It's going to bring the private sector together with the city, county, and state to accelerate recovery efforts from the fires in L.A. County. Johnson says it's something that's important to him.
My focus will be on Altadena because we're going to be left. Those people may be left behind, and I want to make sure that that doesn't happen.
L.A. Dodgers chairman Mark Walter, his foundation, and the Dodgers Foundation have already committed $100 million to this initiative.
God bless everybody. Bless our incredible city.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, the house cleaning in D.C. continues. Talk about draining the swamp. A brief blurb coming down that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, now confirmed, will announce he is revoking the security clearance and personal security detail for retired Army General and former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley. Citing multiple senior administration officials, Hegseth will also direct a review to consider if Milley should be stripped of a star in retirement based on actions that undermine the chain of command. Yeah, Milley, he got that pardon there at the end, right? Yeah, they said there were certain things that could be done by the Pentagon aside from that, including demotion in rank. Meanwhile, this past day, the acting Attorney General, James McHenry, informed more than a dozen Justice Department officials, those that were involved with the criminal investigations into Trump, that they will be dismissed from duty. These officials worked for Special Counsel Jack Smith, who resigned days before Trump took office. They were told in a letter from McHenry they cannot be trusted to faithfully advance the agenda of the new administration. This letter provides official notice you are being removed from your position at the Department of Justice and from the federal service effective immediately. You played a significant role in prosecuting President Trump. The proper functioning of government critically depends on the trust superior officials place in their subordinates. Given your significant role in prosecuting the president, I don't believe the leadership of the department can trust you to assist in implementing the president's agenda faithfully. Of course, Smith, appointed in 2022 by the now former Attorney General Merrick Garland. He was appointed to lead investigations into Trump. Yes, subverting the 2020 election, mishandling of government documents. The classified documents case was dismissed in July. The election fraud case dismissed in November. Many conservatives, as we know, accused the previous administration of engaging in lawfare against a political opponent, especially since Smith was appointed 3 days after Trump announced his 2024 presidential campaign. One official in the Justice Department repeated to Politico that the staffers who worked under Smith simply could not be trusted to implement the Trump agenda. These are the kind of things that may have been maybe a blind eye turned to individuals like this for the administration of Trump first time around. That's not the case. I mean, the proverbial house cleaning, sweeping, draining the swamp is ongoing. Good morning, Brain Dead.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, I heard my buddy Larry there called in. He said he was going to Charlotte, North Carolina. Did I hear him right?
I believe that was the case, yes.
I think his GPS is lost. I thought Charlotte, North Carolina was down there by down there in Arizona somewhere. I mean, I don't get it, but I saw something on Facebook, one of these where they do like the updates and whatnot, and they said that I-26 is open from Kingsport all the way down to Asheville now. Now I could be wrong, but I was looking at that here a few days ago that they had I-26 reopened back up again.
Seems like I know. Yeah, through 26 is open through North Carolina. Correct.
Okay, so but he'll probably get lost anyway up there. You know, just I don't know what we're going to do with him, Steve. But let's get on some NASCAR stuff real quick. Do you remember a commentator for NBC? His name was Bill Weber. I do. Yes, I recall that name well. He passed away at 67 years old. He died actually December the 13th, but the National Motorsports Press Association kept his death a secret until they just released it on, what was that, Twitter, X, whatever that letter is, this past day. Got some big news going on today, Steve. Now, I know you're not thrilled with this one, and Steve, I'm right there with you. The NASCAR is not changing the format playoff for this year. And I know you're an old school guy like I am, and I can see why NASCAR put the playoff system in, because how many times has the championship been won, has already been determined before the last race? Right. And NASCAR wanted that continue, what do you call it, support or fan attendance and TV viewership, because they were losing it on the last race. Because, I mean, you're like, okay, well, Jeff Gordon won it, and then, you know, the championship race is next week, but, you know, Jeff Gordon already won the championship, so it's like, well, why should I tune into the race? Based on the points, with maybe 2 or 3 races left in the season, right? Numerically, there was no way anybody was ever going to overcome his lead in the points. So I kind of made that, so they made it postseason like they do in other sports. Right, and you know, like most things, I think they've got a good formula down. I think it's always room for tweaking. I think there could be a few things that have done a little bit better, but you know, NASCAR didn't ask my opinion. They don't care about my opinion. The only thing they care about is that almighty dollar. And speaking of that, I heard Horse Feathers earlier call in about the whole AI chips and all of that. Now, they don't have those in the helmets and in the fire suits. What they do is they have those in the car. They have, I think here's about 5 or 6 years ago, they came out with this SMT data. And what it records is everything on the track, where you're braking, where you're throttling, your RPMs, how far you're turning the wheel over. I mean, it gets all that data. And it uploads that into a mainframe computer, just a normal server. Any team can go in and get any other driver's SMT data to see how they're performing at a track. Say like I'll give you, for example, Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt at Talladega or wherever. They could go in, Dale Earnhardt's team can go in and look at Jeff Gordon, how he ran this race, what his setup was, how he did. I mean, they could literally get that specific. It's crazy, because I think, what was it, last year? I think Kyle Busch got ticked off about somebody's SMT data. I can't remember the whole full story because, like I said, I try to remember last year as much as I can. But for the Fraternal Order of Eagles will sponsor Justin Haley at the Clash coming up this week. This weekend, matter of fact. Boy, where did time go? Corey LaJoie will be driving part-time for Rick Ware Racing in the Cup Series, but he'll also be doing a little bit of double duty. He'll also be in the booth when Amazon Prime does their races. But now, Steve, here is the biggest news of all. Are you ready for this, buddy?
What is it?
Jimmy Johnson. Now, you know he was co-owner of Legacy Motorsports. Well, now he is the majority owner of Legacy Motor Club, or Legacy Motor Club, let me say it that way. Because the other minority investor, Marcus Gallagher, who owned GMS Racing, decided to step away and become a minority investor. Now, the new people that come in is Nighthead Capital Management. Now, you're probably thinking, okay, what does this have to do with NASCAR? Good question. They own holdings in Wheels Up Experience. Now, if I remember right, that's that whole Monster Jam arena cross kind of shows that they do. They also have ownership in Hertz Global. Yes, Tom Brady gets his paycheck from these people. Singer Automotive and Birmingham Football Club. Now, I'm not talking about Alabama, please. Don't think it's that Birmingham. It's the one that's across the pond over there. But now, this is kind of a good move when you look at this, Steve, because you know they're kind of towards the bottom end of the field. And they're trying to get more help out of Joe Gibbs and Toyota. With this kind of investor bringing in this kind of money, this is going to better benefit them to where they go up from here. So with that, Steve, I'm going to ride back to Memphis. And by the way, Dingbat, he is not that old, okay? He does not remember 1886 when Carl Benz started the car, Steve. Have a good.
I do not recall that. No, it's just a little bit before my time. From CDL Life, truck drivers surviving a dangerous plunge off the Twin Span Bridge in New Orleans this past afternoon. Just after 2 o'clock, westbound Interstate 10, halfway across the Twin Span Bridge. According to WWL, the tractor-trailer went over the bridge railing, crashing into the water below. Authorities say one person has been pulled from the water alive. No update on their condition. It's about all the info they released in that particular case. Meanwhile, a portion of Interstate 20 near Atlanta, what a mess, shut down for cleanup of an accident involving a semi in a construction zone this past morning. I-20 east of the Wesley Chapel Road in DeKalb County. According to Atlanta News First, the semi ran off the interstate and crashed into some construction equipment. One person was hurt in the incident. Investigation is ongoing.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, back at it, rolling into a Wednesday midweek already. Hump Day. Morning, Pup. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. Hey, on that freezing spin, did you know Doge encouraged Trump to do that?
That's what the story kind of alluded to. Doge, they say, participated and applauded the measure. I mean, that's the purpose of Doge, right? To try to reduce government. So they wanted to look at all these, I guess, non-government organizations and see how much they're getting, how much they should get, and I'm thinking they're probably not going to get as much as they thought they were.
Right. The thing of it is, Steve, did you happen to catch, I can't remember her name, Trump's new spokeslady? She's real cute.
Mm-hmm.
But there was $37 million, and for the life of me, I cannot remember where that was going. But do you know where $50 million was going?
Where's that?
To buy condoms for the people in Gaza.
Okay.
That's why they wanted to shut everything down so they could get rid of that wasteful spending. She said they have already found $87 million that would have just went out the door of hard-working taxpayers' money. And who the heck would have ever put in a bill $50 million for rubbers for people in Gaza?
Makes you wonder, yep.
Yeah, how much of that money made it back to somebody else back here in the United States?
Bingo, right. Where did it really go?
Right, yeah. But, no, Doge was on that, and I think they'll get that appealed. It's not going to affect, like welfare, Social Security, or nothing like that. Congress earmarked money, but I swear they can't go through all those 2,000 pages of stuff. So. But I didn't know if you had heard that or not, but there's our government at work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how many boatloads of rubbers would that be?
Right. I mean, you think?
I mean, 50 million. Well, I don't know. They could spend $1 million on a toilet there in D.C., so I don't know. Maybe that sucker's laced with gold or something. That's all I had for you. We'll be out here listening.
All right, pup. You can't make this stuff up, right? That is true. Let me get back to the rest of the story. Elkhart, Indiana, where a customer and an employee shot and killed Monday evening when a lone gunman entered the store opening fire. According to officials yesterday, 49-year-old Benjamin Jeffrey and 19-year-old Anna Sue Roca killed in the shooting. Jeffrey was just a customer. Roca actually worked at the store. 54-year-old Juan Sanchez, who had moved to the Elkhart, Indiana area from Illinois within the past year, they say, fired numerous shots inside Martin's supermarket. It's about 5:45 in the evening Monday. After shooting the man and the woman, Sanchez walked out of the store and was confronted by two Elkhart police officers. Sanchez shot at the officers multiple times, and officers responded by fatally shooting him. Both officers, a corporal and a patrolman, were shot and recovering. The patrolman remains hospitalized in fair condition. He remains stable. The Elkhart County Homicide Unit said, "We are grateful for the assistance of numerous other agencies assisting the investigation, providing support to victims and witnesses, and working diligently to understand what led to this in an effort to protect the peace and dignity of our community." So you can't help but wonder, did he have some sort of a beef with that employee at the store? Had he been a customer, disgruntled about something? Who knows? Obviously, there's an ongoing investigation there. And meanwhile, Eagle is back on board. We got you coming up here. We're pretty close to news breaks. Knucklebuster will be back once again. After which, lines, we've cleared things out finally. You go from one night, I couldn't buy a phone call. And then we go to full lines most all night tonight. So that's the way I'd rather have it, though. I'd rather have full lines than nobody calling. All right, just enough time to update. We've been following night after night. Have you noticed some in the media trying to say the high price of eggs is Trump's big problem? What does Trump have to do with this? Absolutely nothing. This bird flu outbreak's been going on for years. The high price of eggs, technically, was not the fault of Joe Biden. It's not the fault of Donald Trump. Other inflationary measures, yes, the previous administration contributed to high prices on a ton of other things, but it's the bird flu. Farmers slaughtering millions of chickens every month, pushing egg prices to more than double their cost in the summer of 23. And there's no relief in sight given the surge in demand. Easter is almost here, right? The average price per dozen nationwide hit $4.15 in December. Not quite as high as $4.82 that we saw 2 years ago. But the Agriculture Department is predicting prices are going to soar another 20% this year. Shoppers in some parts of the country already paying more than double that average price, or even worse, finding empty shelves in their local grocery stores. Organic and cage-free varieties are even more expensive. Now, some stores are limiting how many eggs shoppers can buy. A Minneapolis resident says it's robbery. He bought eggs to bake a birthday cake last week. I mean, eggs used to be kind of a staple food for us, but now, you might as well just go out to eat. As we know, this started in 2022. The bird flu, the main reason egg prices are up so much. We'll explain a bit more on that. But how many birds do you think have now been culled since 2022? The number is more than 145 million. Turkeys and other birds. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Police in Coral Gables, Florida say officers stopped 2 vans that were transporting more than 24 illegal Chinese migrants. 26 in total, including 17 men and 9 women. Police say they were in the process of being transported to an unknown location this morning.
We believe they came by boat. They came into a secluded area around the southern end of Coral Gables.
Police Chief Ed Hudak. 2 alleged smugglers were taken into custody and a firearm was recovered. The Trump administration is putting dozens of USAID senior officials on administrative leave.
Those placed on leave include more than 50 career civil servants and foreign service officers. An email obtained by various media outlets indicates the employees were placed on leave after they tried to circumvent Trump's executive orders. Monday's action reportedly targeted senior attorneys with the agency. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. Medi-Share is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join Medi-Share, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Hope your week's going well. Made it halfway there. Hump Day is upon us. Good morning to Gary. Gary said, "What the hell is cage-free?" I lived on a farm growing up in Russell Springs, Kentucky. We had a hen house, and damn chickens were everywhere. They do kind of explain that. But first things first, anytime this virus is found on a poultry farm, the entire flock is slaughtered. And with massive egg farms, oftentimes housing more than 1 million chickens, just a few infections can cause a supply crunch. The problem tends to linger because it takes months to dispose of all the carcasses, disinfecting the barns, and bringing in new birds. Now, as I mentioned, more than 145 million chickens, turkeys, and other birds have been slaughtered since this outbreak began, and the vast majority, they say, have been egg-laying chickens. You've got these cage-free egg laws in 10 states that may also be responsible for some of the disruptions and price increases. This law sets a minimum amount of space for chickens or cage-free requirements for egg-laying hens. Those laws are in effect in places like California, Massachusetts, Nevada, Washington, Oregon, Colorado, and Michigan. There's a Target store in Chicago Monday, a dozen large conventional eggs at $4.49 a dozen. A dozen cage-free eggs were selling for $6.19. Of course, the virus, the bird flu, spread through droppings or any interaction between farm-raised poultry and wild birds. It can easily be tracked into a farm on your boots or your vehicle. Unlike previous outbreaks, the one that began in 2022, it didn't die out in the high summer temperatures. The virus found another new host when dairy cattle started getting sick last March, which creates more opportunities for the virus to linger and spread. And unlike poultry, the cattle are not slaughtered when they get sick because they rarely die. All right, farmers going to great lengths to try and protect their flocks. Many poultry farms have installed truck washes to disinfect vehicles entering their property, requiring workers to shower and change clothes before stepping inside a barn. They've also invested in duplicate sets of tools, so nothing used in one barn is shared. Some farmers have even invested in lasers that shoot beams of green light in random patterns to discourage ducks and geese from landing. Dairy farmers, meanwhile, isolate any sick cattle, do additional testing before moving animals off the farm, especially if there's been a nearby outbreak, or if the cows are being sent to a meat processing plant. And the government is also testing milk. 844-844-3388. All right, Eagle back on board this hump day. What's going on, Eagle? I've heard that before. The sounds of Darth Vader. All right, Knucklebuster, welcome back.
Yeah, he done went to bed on you, Steve Bear. Old man, middle of the night now, there. Morning to you again. Well, let's say we could play John Anderson's Chicken Truck. That'd be a good song to be playing on the radio. Anyway, no, Steve Summers Overnight Drive is the best thing to be playing on the radio. Well, let me get a Semper Fi shout out to Truck and Field. Have a great, blessed, fun day, brother, and keep right on trucking. Well, I read that it was the Lunar New Year. So Happy New Year, Steve. I don't celebrate anything China. So, and, you know, Atlanta is always a CF any day of the week. So it don't matter, you know. I can't say them what the actual words are, but anyway. But I believe Trump over California any day of the week, wouldn't you?
Yes, right.
Yep. Well, I read that Caitlin Clark said she had an incredible experience alongside Taylor Swift at the Chiefs playoff game. Now, you talk about a couple of high-maintenance women, see. I bet they were making that booth up there smell great. What do you think?
Yeah, you're probably right.
I know that's right. But anyway, Congress authorizes the money to be spent on projects.
Correct.
The executive branch, a.k.a. Uncle Don, he controls how the money is administered. Is that not correct?
I believe that is correct, but I don't. He can't divert.
Right.
If you appropriate money for something, he can't say he's going to give it to something else, though.
Well, you don't have to spend all that money that they authorize to be spent. See, and here's what the government's bad about it. But we'll just keep spending X amount of dollars. That way, we keep getting the X amount of dollars every year there. So.
And a lot of it may be wasteful spending, just spending it because you have it, right?
Right. Yeah, they just keep right on spending it because they know they can keep right on getting it there. Did Sylvester say you're going to take an Australian cruise?
He did. I think he said he's going to. Did he say I'm going to take one? No, he invited me. He wants me to take an Australian cruise, but. He and his wife they're going to do a 4-day cruise here in a couple of weeks.
Oh, okay. Well, if you get a cruise going over at Tennessee, and I will go on that cruise with you. But we can't go to the trucking show. She said she don't want to do that. She said she has to put up with me bad enough. So anyway. That's all my bull on it for this go around. I'll call back in that lonely hour if I get a chance there.
Very good.
You'll like the last one.
All right. We'll look forward to that. All right. So, yep, there you go. So we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. First time all morning. As promised, let's just move ahead. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has directed the U.S. Coast Guard to reinstate service members discharged for refusing the vaccine. Following the president's executive order, the directive, announced in a memo shared exclusively with Breitbart News, outlines steps to comply with the order entitled Reinstating Service Members Discharged Under the Military's COVID-19 Vaccination Mandate. Yeah, Trump's order argues that the military unjustly discharged personnel, stating that the military unjustly discharged those who refused the vaccine regardless of the years of service given to our nation, after failing to grant many of them an exemption they should have received, as he put it. In the memo, Kristi Noem emphasized the importance of rectifying these discharges. President Trump directed the government to reinstate service members discharged due to the refusal to receive the vaccine who would like to return to service with full back pay and benefits. To ensure compliance, Noem directed the Coast Guard to restore ranks and benefits to the affected personnel. Any service member reduced in rank before separation due to vaccine refusal will be reinstated to their previous rank. Additionally, members selected for promotion before their dismissal will receive the rank they were due, with their promotion date backdated accordingly. Noem also addressed potential legal challenges, instructing the Coast Guard's Judge Advocate General to report any issues to the Acting General Counsel. A formal report on the Coast Guard's actions related to that directive is expected by March 1 of this year. All right, back on board. Well, there's Pappy this morning. So taking care of the grandbabies, huh? You got double duty.
Yeah, double duty, man. I just got off the phone with her. I guess she's got an infected blood clot, is what she just said. So I guess they're going to start out with giving her some shots to see if it dissolves. And I don't know, so we'll see. But yeah, she's going to be in there for, I don't know. I don't know.
Wow.
I got baby duty. Yeah. Man, listen, Steve, the media is not giving up, man. They are still, doing what they do best. Lie to the American people, man. I'm telling you. Steve, you heard about, they were talking about ICE agents coming into the schools and removing children. All BS, Steve. Bongino talked about one on a show where federal agents did show up at a school and interviewed some people. It was Secret Service because there was a threat against the president.
Correct.
It wasn't ICE.
That was the one that came out of Chicago. Yeah, and I guess even the leadership there, they did come out and apologize for the misinformation because they had said originally that it was ICE was going in. It was Secret Service. Yep.
Yeah. And then the border czar, Tom, I mean, he did an interview, I guess. I don't know what that lady's name was, Margaret, maybe. And she was like, are you going to deport kids? Are you going to go into schools and look for offenders in the schools or whatnot? He was like, yes, we are. for a loop, man. I don't know if you've seen that clip.
I did not.
I guess he was kind of like referring if there's any criminals, illegals working as janitors in the schools. Yeah, we're gonna go in and get them. You want a rapist janitor, illegal in your school?
No.
And they'll fight for these people too, Steve. You know what I'm saying? And the other thing he was talking about is why ICE might be going into these schools is the 300,000+ missing kids, right? That you're not hearing on the mainstream media, really. You heard he was talking about it today. Did you see that Dr. Phil followed him around? I'm picking some of these illegals up. Did you see it? I guess it was on a Dr. Phil special or something. And Dr. Phil was talking about several 100,000 minors just lost, Steve. The government has no idea where they're at.
It was like 320.
What conditions they're living in.
320,000. Word came out yesterday that this administration has identified in 80,000. That they know where 80,000 of them are. I don't know how they found them so quick.
Oh. And Steve, what it takes to hunt down one person, all right? They kind of showed with Dr. Phil's deal, he kind of showed what it takes just to hunt down one person. Because the press was kind of, they only done 500 or 300 or whatever. They had Holman that again today. He goes, we're opening the aperture, man. There's going to be, we're going to get up to about, I think he just mentioned that, 1,000 to 1,500 today, whatever it takes. And she was like, well, isn't that going to cost a lot of money? Can you put a price on the safety of our citizens? Geesh, man, this lady was just a joke. But so they're hunting these kids down too. They're trying to find these children.
Right.
To keep them safe. Man, the press secretary today, what the heck is her name? You know offhand? I can't think of it offhand.
I do not know offhand.
Man, she's yeah, she's late.
They're pretty blonde.
The mainstream. Yeah. But she flayed them today, Steve. I mean, I guess they came out and asked if she was going to be transparent and all this stuff, and she said, absolutely, I am, and I expect you all to be too. I'm holding you to the same standard that you're asking me right now, you know? She said, because you all been coming out and misleading the American people. And she said, oh, by the way, the several hundred press passes that you took, what she was getting at is there was probably a lot of conservative press passes that were taken from conservatives. And she was kind of alluding to the fact that they weren't these mainstream media, right? It was more people doing podcasts and some of these other news media types that don't really, you know, not CNN, MSNBC. Apparently the Biden administration pulled all their press passes. They wanted to make sure that the press corps following Biden around was going to go with the flow.
Lean to the left.
Well, not just lean to the left, but, you know, hey, we don't be asking no questions about Sleepy Joe. You know, where's he at? What's he doing? We ain't seen him. How come he's not giving press conferences?
Right.
You know, don't be asking any questions about his possible cognitive impairments. So they were pretty much giving orders. If you want to keep your press pass, you're going to do as we say.
I did see the clip where I don't know which media outlet it was, but it was a female reporter trying to question her. Of all these 7,300 illegals that have been deported since Trump was inaugurated, how many of them were actually criminals? To which she responded, all of them. Yeah, unlike the previous administration, right. Anyone who has come into this country illegally is a criminal. I'm sorry that the previous administration didn't see it that way, but they're all criminals.
Right. Yeah. She did. I mean, he's just coming out saying she didn't know. He threw her for a loop, man. Pretty much coming out saying, listen, we're going to get the rapists, the murderers. We're going after them first. Next, we're going, and the child molesters. Next, we're going to go after the burglars and the thieves and the robbers. And after them, we're going after the people that entered the country illegally. We're going to round them all up. She just stood there like a deer in the headlights, man. See, the left is totally melting down because they are losing this battle now. They brought all these people in here, right, to work on the future elections, right? Try to get these people to vote, whether it's illegal or legally, or make them citizens. And not only that, I think it was Grump or Ranger a few months ago articulated it very well about the numbers of people in each state, how you get more congressional seats in the House of Representatives, right?
Based on the census.
With the Census Bureau and all that, right? Mm-hmm. So getting all these people out of here is putting a damper in their plans, and they know the Democrat Party's probably done for a long time. And I hope the far left whacked out are completely done. The globalists I think they realize that their plans have been disrupted, hopefully for good. Steve, where you saw that he was trying to defund a lot of these NGO, these non-government right organizations that were facilitating the immigrants being brought into this country, the millions and billions of dollars that was given to the UN, to the State Department, even the Red Cross, all these NGOs, all these little, companies that go by different names, the ones that are responsible for handing out all the goodies, getting these people their driver's license. or at least an ID card,
Mm-hmm.
right? Remember how we talked about that a few months ago? You just walk in, tell them whatever name you want to tell them. They give you a piece of paper. You walk across the street to the BMV and get your ID. Collect your debit card. Compliments of the government. All that's getting shut down. So, man, he's hitting them hard, man, as he should, and we was hoping that's why we voted the man in. Change this around. All these billions and billions of dollars that are just being wasted. It's not being wasted, Steve. We said it for years. Washington, D.C. is nothing but a massive
money laundering
machine. All this money that is being wasted is going into somebody's pocket. You seen when they just fired Jack Smith, attorney generals, right?
Yeah, a dozen of them.
Putting the hammer down,
every one of
Steve.
them. Now they're saying that they don't know if he has the authority to do that, whatever, that he may see them in court again, but on a different circumstance.
Steve, let me tell you how crooked these people are. You know what they did to him? You know how easy, just as a simple law enforcement officer, I'm not even talking about a federal agent or a prosecutor, but as a simple law enforcement officer, you know how easy it would be for me to sign warrants for somebody's arrest? I fill out 2 pieces of paper, Steve, a complaint and an affidavit, saying that Joey Bagatone has committed this crime. Take him down, file him in the court. They put a warrant out for that man. I call another jurisdiction where he lives and say, hey, this guy's got a warrant. Go pick him up. They don't know any better. They don't know if I'm lying or not on that document.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve, if I did that, if I falsified a complaint and affidavit and falsely had somebody arrested, hey, man, I caught this dude messing around with my wife. I'll get even with him. Dude, they would bury me under the ground, under the jail. That's essentially what these federal agents are doing, right? What they can do to somebody. Real easy. Hey, Joey Bag of Donuts, we know he likes to go to Ron's Roost a lot and eat, right? Let's just pull his bank records. Let's see, man. 6 months ago, he paid with his debit card up there. Let's call little Missy up. Let's find us a little female that'll be willing to fill out an affidavit saying that Joey Bag of Donuts followed her into a woman's restroom and groped her.
Okay.
Well,
so false accusations. Yeah, a.k.a. witch hunt, which they did to Trump. Pause.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Police in Coral Gables, Florida say officers stopped 2 vans that were transporting more than 24 illegal Chinese migrants. 26 in total, including 17 men and 9 women. Police say they were in the process of being transported to an unknown location this morning.
We believe they came by boat. They came into a secluded area around the southern end of Coral Gables.
Police Chief Ed Hudak. 2 alleged smugglers were taken into custody and a firearm was recovered. Multiple agencies responded, and U.S. Homeland Security has taken over the investigation. A grassroots effort is underway to boycott companies that have dropped their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
Among them is Target stores. On Monday, Los Angeles Urban Policy Roundtable President Earl Ofari Hutchinson called for a 24-hour DEI shop-out boycott against Target in a mainly black and Hispanic neighborhood of Los Angeles.
When you're talking about eliminating equity in management, particularly that's where it hurts the most, and also the general workforce, it's not fair.
Participants are encouraging shoppers not to spend money at Target because it eliminated its DEI program. Hutchinson says the National Action Network, Reverend Al Sharpton, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and the Congress of Racial Equality are all calling for similar boycotts of several companies that have done the same. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Trump administration is putting dozens of USAID senior officials on administrative leave.
Those placed on leave include more than 50 career civil servants and foreign service officers. An email obtained by various media outlets indicates the employees were placed on leave after they tried to circumvent Trump's executive orders. Monday's action reportedly targeted senior attorneys with the agency. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A U.S. Air Force fighter pilot is safe after a crash in Alaska. Alaska's news source says the F-35 crashed near the flight line at Eielson Air Force Base just before 1 p.m. Tuesday. The pilot was not injured. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. Medi-Share is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join Medi-Share, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
The city of Lexington, Kentucky, approved another round of grants to increase the city's tree canopy.
WKYT reports $500,000 in grants were provided to community groups in May through Lex Grow Trees. Another $400,000 has been awarded to increase the city's tree canopy to 30%. Crawford Middle School of Lexington receives money to plant 30 trees throughout the campus. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The Washington Attorney General is warning about scam organizations trying to get funding donations for wildfire victims.
The Attorney General's office recommends researching organizations to make sure they're legitimate. The Washington Secretary of State's office has a database of registered charities. Don't fall victim to robocalls or text messages. Verify a charity's tax status. If you do fall victim to a scam, you can file a complaint form on the Attorney General's website. I'm Brad Ford.
Basketball legend Magic Johnson said he didn't hesitate to get involved in the new initiative called LA Rises. It's going to bring the private sector together with the city, county, and state to accelerate recovery efforts from the fires in L.A. County. Johnson says it's something that's important to him.
My focus will be on Altadena because we're going to be left. Those people may be left behind, and I want to make sure that that doesn't happen.
L.A. Dodgers chairman Mark Walter, his foundation, and the Dodgers Foundation have already committed $100 million to this initiative.
God bless everybody. Bless our incredible city.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There we go, final hour underway. Well, there's Truck and Phil. Good morning. Steve in Columbus. Halfway point for another work week. And we start looking forward to that nice, restful weekend. Got the car packed. Coffee is poured. Time to head into town, see what the day brings us. All right, everybody, enjoy the day. All right, left off there. I'm sorry, Pappy, you had to take care of business, you know.
Yeah, it's quite all right, man. Gotta pay for the show, my man. I don't know exactly where I left off here, but Steve, it's just simple. Here's what these corrupt Democrats do. And don't think the Republicans don't do it neither. They want to set somebody up, you know. Find me the man and I'll create the crime, right? Not the other way around. The crime's committed, find me the person. If they want to set somebody up, they got a little list of people they can call and say, hey, we'll pay you $50,000. You write us this affidavit. Say it committed on this to date, say July 27th. So they know ahead of time when they went to Joey's bank record and see he paid his debit card for that bill on that such and such date at that such and such restaurant at that such and such time. Places in there, puts him in a restaurant. Oh, she must be telling the truth. Then they call the corrupt DOJ. There's 3-letter alphabet agencies. Hey, got something here for you. Need to look into this. Then what happens? The Department of Justice or the corrupt whoever it is releases it to the media. And the media runs with it, where you hear sources familiar with the matter. Right?
And you get tried by the media.
Yeah.
Tried and convicted, and you know, that's where these these women come out of nowhere 8, 10, 12 years after the fact, and they show up, and when it doesn't pan out for them, they disappear, and nothing ever happened, right?
They got their journalists they know they can go to. Hey, you didn't hear from me, man, but here's what's going on. And the journalists, the so-called journalists, the specific ones that they go to, Bongino throws out a couple of them. I can't think of their names offhand. They know that they won't investigate it. They won't do their journalistic job and try to investigate it. They'll just put it out there. Let me ask you something, man. You think Nancy Pelosi is capable of doing something like that?
Well, you think?
You hear Chucky Schumer melting down today because they wanted to defund all the NGOs that are giving all this money to the immigrants and they're getting kickbacks. He was melting down, man. All his constituents give him kickbacks, all the kickbacks that he's going to be getting from all these NGOs. The swamp is going to get cleaned up, man. It's about damn time. The counterfeit money machine in D.C. is going to get shut down. And it's just as bad over at the Department of Defense. Headset's going to get in there and clean this up. I mean, Steve, now you're talking big money. I mean, big money. Talking about a hammer costing $200. Because the congressman's family member runs a hardware store. Who was it? There was a lady who came out against Hegseth in his hearings. Now it was Adam Little Shifty Schiff.
Yeah.
We got an affidavit from some lady who claims he's a drunk and his wife's scared of him. Well, where's the affidavit from the wife? Right? Crooked ass people, man. To think that you can do that to somebody. I mean, to think that that's how crooked and evil these people are. That they just don't care, man. That they would literally do this to another human being. And man, did they do it to Trump. And now they're running scared because they know. And everybody that had their little paws in it, knew about it, didn't do anything about it, they're hit too. Steve, if we go to place somebody under arrest, right, and another couple officers are beating this dude, and I just stand there and I know about it, but I don't do nothing about it.
You're complicit.
Dude, that's my ass too.
Yep.
All right, took enough of your time. I appreciate you taking the call, Steve.
Before you go, I have one additional question. I don't know. I bet Bongino and some others may be talking about it today. So it might have been Eagle that brought it up in the first hour. I had not heard it yet. And Sylvester was asking if Trump actually said something about taking criminal U.S. citizens, repeat offenders over and over, and sending them into what they call forced exile. He brought that up, apparently, when he was speaking yesterday to Republican members of the House. Now, he knows he would have to get congressional approval to do it. He can't just, order people out of the country. But with that being said, he did suggest we're getting these criminal aliens out of here, and he said, I'd just as soon get the repeat over and over and over violent offenders that are U.S. citizens the hell out of here, too. You think there's any chance of that happening?
Man, I don't know, but Steve, I'd love to see it, to be quite honest about it. I don't know if you remember what I told you. I'm going to say it on the air.
You told me that the individuals that commit the crimes, you said it's a very small percentage of people, but the same individuals repeat over and over and over committing crimes.
Yeah. It's 5 to 8% of the population that are committing these crimes. That's why Rudy Giuliani's broken windows theory in New York worked. When you lock up the dude jumping the turnstile at the subway, those are the ones that are committing the robberies and the rapes.
Mm-hmm.
You lock them up, you solve the problem. And I've said this on this, Steve. I can't tell you how many times I come across somebody that's got more arrests and convictions than they do birthdays. How can that be?
Right.
How can you be 35 years old and had 40 arrests, 20 of them felonies, and you're out here walking the street?
But that's the question. How are they out there? How are they walking the street?
I'll say this, Steve, and I'll get off of here. You're real, violent, evil people that are committing horrendous crimes against humanity. Find an island out here somewhere in the Pacific and airdrop them in and let them have at it.
And they can have their good old-fashioned, just like the it was a science fiction film, but anybody remember Escape from New York? And then what they had to follow up with that, what was the sequel, Escape from L.A.? Yeah, you took all those hardened, repeat offenders, crime. Yeah, you put them, you drop them in, let them have it. That's Escape from New York, and that's kind of what he was alluding to. So he's talking about getting the criminal element of the illegals out of the country. And I'm going to quote what he said this past day. I used to say they're more violent than our criminals. In fact, the best part about them is they make our criminals look quite nice, actually, by comparison. All right. He said, Trump acknowledged that the United States has many violent people who did not necessarily come here illegally, but they've been arrested 30, 35, 40, 42 times. They've been arrested for crimes, murder, other heinous charges, pushing people into subway trains, striking people with baseball bats, punching old ladies in the face, knocking them unconscious, and stealing their purse. I don't want these violent repeat offenders in our country any more than I want illegal aliens from other countries who misbehave. They're repeat offenders by many numbers. I want them out of the country. I will seek permission to do so. So acknowledging the fact that he would have to get congressional approval to do so. Now, I guess some of the analysts are saying it's not likely that it would be authorized by Congress or approved by the courts. There's something called the Eighth Amendment to the Constitution that prohibits cruel and unusual punishments. Okay, well, that's where somewhere the courts are going to have to define that. What is cruel and unusual punishment? Is it cruel punishment to send the individual that has literally committed been arrested 40 times, like Pappy said, 20 felonies? At what point do you say, all right, you're out of here? He said, let's get them the hell out of the country. Let's see how they like it. Unveiling his plan to exile Americans as he was speaking at his dinner there in Doral, Florida, the golf resort. Okay, we're tracking down the illegal alien criminals, throwing them the hell out of the country. And that's when he pivoted over to say, at the same time. So the term, I believe, is what they call forced exile. Again, he would have to get congressional approval, which he admitted he would have to do so, but I don't know, Pappy, let's find some island out there and get them the hell out of here. That way he also mentioned how much, when we put these individuals that are in prison for life, and the cost of our prison system to house them and feed them, he thinks we can find some, little island nation somewhere that they could keep them locked up for a whole lot cheaper than we're paying to do it here. I don't know. What do you think?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
So I guess sounds like Gerundio likes our new press secretary. Yeah, I can't recall her name. But he said, "It is such an absolute relief to see a truly brilliant, accomplished, attractive, and competent professional as our nation's spokesperson again. What a nightmare our eyes and spirits have had to endure these past 4 years. Come on, Gerundio, you didn't find Corinne Jean-Pierre attractive." Sorry. Just had to ask. All right, Plowboy, see what he's got on his mind. Morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. Well, you kind of turned me in a different direction. How about reopening Alcatraz and just never close Gitmo? Sending all these tyrants down there to live, or in Alcatraz. That's a perfect little island. Fill it up.
Mm-hmm.
Build on. Is that no different than what Clinton had here 18 years ago with 3 strikes, you're out? Only thing we were putting them in prison and feeding them the rest of their damn lives.
Right.
I don't know. I might be a little bit off, but that's just when I first heard that said. It's the first thing I was thinking of, that 3 strikes, you're out deal.
But he wasn't. Trump was not incorrect, because Pappy he just confirmed that. He said I can show you the records. I pull up. I can't tell you how many that have more criminal convictions than they've had birthdays. A 30-year-old that's been arrested 40 times. It's sick.
Yeah, and look at it. I'm sure Pappy. We see it all the time too. Hell, there's many of them out here. Just on one allegation alone, or one conviction, umpteen armloads of drunken driving cases, robberies, and all that. Add them all together, and once you hit so many, you're terminated. Mm-hmm. Get out of here. Anywhere but here. But are we going to go back and Saturday? Could everybody go back to Target, and since they got all them damn Democrats pissed off? You know what I'm talking about, Steve?
They had the whole DEI thing. They're backing off on that, but I don't know. The outrage was from the right here, a year or two ago when they had all the LGBT merchandise out there for the Gay Pride Month and all that. Yeah, they kind of moved it to a different part of the store, but so they're backing off on the DEI. I see. Yeah, it's the loony left now that want to boycott them for not bringing that kind of thing to the forefront again.
Yeah, and they're all in a bad mood, and Al Sharpton, and I can't imagine any of them still left, but the Southern Christian, some coalition. I'm trying to figure out who in the hell they could be, because Target, I can't tell you how much money they lost in the South over that use your bathroom situation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, oh my God, I thought they were going to board some of them Targets up down there. I don't know. I did see something kind of funny since it's getting closer to that damn Hog Day. Have you seen where PETA is wanting to do away with the Groundhog Day and go to make a cake and have a reveal party that way?
Don't they creep up out of the woodworks about every Groundhog's Day? They show up every year. Got to get their day in the limelight.
Yeah, but just when they were talking about making a cake for it and having it, I thought, it's already. Now, how are we going to do it? How many different percentages this year to this year? But I mean, it's just kind of crazy when I was looking at it from that angle. It was just like, how in the world are y'all going to get this one even be halfway pulled off? But since I'm talking about weather, or the day for the weather, what is this La Nina looking like? Have you pulled very much of it? I just seen 2 or 3 captions. February La Nina.
La Nina, El Nino. I haven't really seen. I know that we were flipping from one to the other here, but
okay,
I'm not exactly sure.
And one left. I hear you. I understand. Have you caught where up in this area we got a bad something where they're saying it's worse in history? I think it was a lot worse because my grandmother died of it back way before I was ever even born. They got what they're calling a pretty bad outbreak of TB here in this Kansas City area, primarily on the Kansas side. Just right damn near 70 plus cases right now.
Really? I saw some headlines about tuberculosis. Somebody was posting about that earlier. I had not seen where it's taking place at, but I don't know. Should we find it as a surprise with all these illegals coming in to these various cities around the country and they're not being properly screened? We've been talking about it for years.
Exactly. No, I couldn't see where a change, what would prevent it. No. Plus, and you always have this bunch of this anti-vaxxers, but, and I'm not talking about this COVID deal, but it's just a bunch of it. I've seen 1 or 2 different things, but no, sir, I don't. Just a little bit scary, but anymore, at least that got the technology to combat it, hopefully.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's so contagious, though, so I'll see what more I can find. How many people are going to end up having to be kind of like put on the watch list, quarantined or whatever, that's been potentially exposed? That's a lot of people. I did find your story, though. PETA wants us to have a weather reveal cake. Oh, a vegan cake, by the way. A vegan cake, have you? rather than pulling Punxsutawney Phil out of his cage there for groundhog. Hands off our hog. We'll give you more. Coming up, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Police in Coral Gables, Florida say officers stopped 2 vans that were transporting more than 24 illegal Chinese migrants. 26 in total, including 17 men and 9 women. Police say they were in the process of being transported to an unknown location this morning.
We believe they came by boat. They came into a secluded area around the southern end of Coral Gables.
Police Chief Ed Hudak. 2 alleged smugglers were taken into custody and a firearm was recovered. The Trump administration is putting dozens of USAID senior officials on administrative leave.
Those placed on leave include more than 50 career civil servants and foreign service officers. An email obtained by various media outlets indicates the employees were placed on leave after they tried to circumvent Trump's executive orders. Monday's action reportedly targeted senior attorneys with the agency. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. Medi-Share is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join Medi-Share, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, who was it that posted here a few days ago that Trump's methodology right now is just, like being in a boxing match, throwing one punch after another, and every day throwing something out that just drives the lefties bat-crap crazy, and they don't know what to focus on. Today it was this. Well, tomorrow it's something else, and what we got, and I think he is successfully doing that with that little suggestion this past day. It's just one after another. Also, Monday, the president appeared to call for an end to income taxes. Boy, wouldn't you love to take home your paycheck? I might get minus to like Social Security, but ending income tax in favor of tariffs, which is how the federal government was primarily funded through much of its history until the early 20th century. Now, they say during the campaign, Trump ran on proposals that would take the country away from income as a source of federal revenue. When he cited his no tax on tips, no tax on overtime pay, no tax on Social Security benefits. He also spoke about this at his Doral Resort in Miami. Same as he was mentioning this whole send American criminals. Let's find a little island somewhere to drop them off. He said, America's going to be very rich again, and it's going to happen very quickly. It's time the U.S. returns to the system that made us richer and more powerful than ever before. He recounted from 1870 to 1913. The federal government was funded by tariffs. Were you aware of that? And he said it was the richest period in the history of the United States. The 16th Amendment, ratified in 1913, enabled the federal government to impose income taxes. An 1895 Supreme Court ruling had struck down a previous law passed by Congress seeking to do so. So under the provisions of the amendment, Congress now has the authority, but not the obligation, to impose income taxes. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich foreign nations, we should be tariffing and taxing foreign nations to enrich our citizens. So he did not emphatically say that he wants to end income taxes completely, but he strongly suggested that's kind of the direction he'd like to go. Tariffs are taxes imposed on goods coming into the country paid by the importer to the federal government. We know he imposed tariffs on Chinese products during his first term at a rate as high as 25%, which the Biden administration kept in place. According to the Tax Foundation, as of March of last year, those tariffs raised $233 billion since 2018. Now, that's a drop in the bucket compared to what we spend, right? Now, during the campaign, Trump proposed a 10 to 20% tariff on all goods from all countries coming into the U.S., increasing them even higher on China from the current 25%. So the Tax Foundation calculated if the plan became law, it would generate about $330 billion in revenue per year. It would be up to $430 billion by 2033. So you break it down. In fiscal year 2023, the federal government took in approximately $2.2 trillion with a T in individual income tax revenue. So it does not appear that tariffs could take the place of income tax. However, it would be feasible. They could fund Trump's plan for the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security benefits. We'll see what the future holds. These are all battles that are going to take place on Capitol Hill in the coming months. As Republicans seek to pass tax reform legislation, either way, regardless, the president is to be commended for encouraging lawmakers to think anew about how to fund the federal government. One step at a time, right? That interesting premise. All right, Knucklebuster, welcome back.
Thanks for thanking me back there, Mr. Steve Summer. Well, I agree with that. Let's get it back to the way the Constitution was originally set up there. I'm a firm believer in that Constitution there, and that's how I vote. The one that's going to uphold it, that's who I vote for.
Mm-hmm.
I got some sad news for people. Winter's going to be here until March the 20th, Steve. That's when we have the spring equinox, right?
Yeah.
I don't care what that little fat rodent says. All right. Y'all buy some Stabile products, some Hot Shot Secret products, and especially some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products so we can keep this thing rolling down the road. Because Steve and I both want to go on that Australian cruise, so we're going to need lots of money. And all you women, especially buy them T-shirts, get one with a snug fit, because Steve does not like loose, floppy T-shirts. Well, the illegal immigrants take your problems with you when they throw you out there. If you got a child, carry them with you. Shouldn't be up to the American public to take care of and support your child while you've been deported there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's that one I said you was going to like, Steve. Michigan is fighting allegations made by the NCAA in Connor Stalions' sign-stealing saga. We can go back to Jim Harbaugh on that one, can't we?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. We all know Jim Harbaugh was a liar and a thief. That's why they sent him out there to L.A. out there to the Chargers out there. I don't trust anybody from California. And, they fired that offensive coordinator after he won that Ohio State game there. So his name was Kirk Campbell. So good riddance with him. Well, I got one final piece of advice for everybody, Steve. You either take care of business at the house or Jody will take care of it for you. That's Jody with a Y or Jody with a I-E. Don't make no difference. Had a great show. I'm going to keep right on. I'm almost into Dallas, and you in that bad damn weather again. I swear, man, why you want to bring it all on me today, all that rain? So, anyway, we'll just row your boat and keep right on trucking. I'll keep listening to that Steve Summers Overnight Drive show every night.
The best I could do is change it. I mean, we did the transition from snow to rain, at least. But, yeah, later on this afternoon, they do say in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Is it later today or was it Thursday? I lose track now. I think it might have been Thursday. Anyway, hands off our hog. PETA, as Plowboy mentioned, calling on Punxsutawney Phil to be replaced with a vegan weather reveal cake for the Groundhog Day celebration, which is on a Sunday this year. Sending a letter to the Punxsutawney Groundhog Club offering to provide the vegan treat. So we're talking about kind of mimicking a gender reveal for a baby. Let's have a weather reveal cake at Gobbler's Knob. If they'll agree to retire the beloved rodent and his family to a reputable sanctuary. They say the 138-year-old tradition should be scrapped, noting that Phil's weather duties are not a piece of cake for him. When allowed to be themselves, groundhogs avoid humans. They create intricate networks of underground burrows. They communicate with one another. They even climb trees. But poor Phil is denied all of that for a tired old gimmick. We urge the Punxsutawney Groundhog Club to sprinkle some happiness into Phil's life by retiring him and giving Groundhog Day a much-needed makeover, a.k.a. cake makeover. The world-famous ritual has date back to 1887, has resulted in thousands of fans flocking to Punxsutawney each year to see if the prognosticator of prognosticators will show his shadow or spot his shadow when he awakens. It's the old tradition, 6 more weeks of winter if he sees his shadow. If he doesn't, spring is near. Okay. They suggested that the cake rather be used with a blue filling if the cold weather is expected to continue, with a pink frosting indicating an early spring. All right. Hands off our hog, right? I don't think the residents of Punxsutawney want anything to do with PETA's suggestion there. What do you say, hippopotamus?
Oh, I think they should get one of them Carvel ice cream cakes made up, Your Honor. If it was one of them Carvel ice cream cakes with that chocolate crunchy stuff in the middle, I'd go for that.
That's yummy.
What do you think?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But anyways, it's the prognosticator of prognosticators they need. Well, can't they just get Big Ed to climb down in that hole, and somebody could stick their hand down in the hole and try to drag Big Ed up out, and couldn't he tell him what the weather was going to be? I mean, what was his record there? I mean, I think we'd have a better forecast from him. But can you imagine what it looked like Sunday morning with the mayor of Punxsutawney there dragging Big Ed out by his furry head there, and can you imagine what he looked like on a Sunday morning? I'm just telling you, Your Honor. But anyways, how do we digress to that?
So with Punxsutawney on a Sunday this year, though, so that means everybody gets to. It should be big. People will be able to be off Saturday night into Sunday morning and be able to enjoy the fest. No. Everybody's got to be going to church. You can't be missing church. So no, you ask Brother Rambler. No missing church for the rodent pulling out of the hole. Well, he's not till 5 o'clock Central Time Sunday afternoon. We got plenty of time.
All right. So anyways, hey, you touched on a couple things there. You talked about this Whole Foods up there in the Philadelphia area there turning themselves union. Since all the rest of the Whole Foods are non-union, do you think it's possible that Jeff Bezos and Amazon might maybe sell a store? I mean, call a real estate agent and put a store up on the market there? Maybe sell it to ShopRite or something? What would happen to the union employees if they sell the store? I don't know. Just a question.
Stranger things have happened. That's been known to happen before. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And it's not like they have to close the whole business. I mean, if it's just the one store, I mean, they could just sell a store and capitalize on some real estate. But anyways, hey, your prisoner deal here that President Trump is talking about getting rid of. Can't we send them to Australia? Isn't Australia a penal colony? Didn't all the prisoners?
It was at one point in time. I think where Sylvester lives. I think New South Wales was that. I believe was a penal colony back for the. Was it for the UK or something way back when?
Well, if they're just such an expert at it, I think we just ship them all there. What do you think? Just pack them all up on wooden boats and just send them all down to Australia there. We're all set. We got it all figured out. But I was going to ask about Guantanamo. Is that did the former president did he put things in motion that does have to actually be closed, or is that still going to be viable to keep open for a little while longer? Because when President Trump left office there the last time, and the former president took over there for the 4 years in between, when we had the Afghanistan debacle and that, he said that his hands were tied and he was forced to leave Afghanistan. So I'm just wondering if the former president, because he wanted to get rid of Guantanamo, give that back to Cuba, if they set things in motion, they couldn't be reversed and would have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, so that was a question. And the last thing I had there is they had that issue in Indianapolis there the other day, another one of those shootings and that. How far is Indianapolis from Cincinnati? How long does it take you to drive over to Indianapolis from Cincinnati?
It's about a 2-hour drive.
Okay, so I was kind of wondering there because they said it was about 2 hours from Chicago, and I was thinking it might be a little closer to Cincinnati. I was wondering why they referenced Chicago over your Cincinnati, but I guess if it's about the same distance, then I guess that would kind of maybe explain it. Chicago's just a little bit bigger than Cincinnati maybe at this point. I don't know how many people have left Chicago, Your Honor. People leave Chicago like they leave Baltimore, don't they?
Yes, sir.
I'm thinking, but I know I wouldn't be hanging around long, but anyways, I guess that's about all we got going for you at this point, Your Honor. There. So other than that, I don't know. Temperature. Hey, I'm riding around. I'm out here on the DC 495 Raceway here, and it's 45 degrees, Your Honor. What's up with that?
Not half
bad. I don't
bad.
think we need Punxsutawney Phil. I think spring's here, Your Honor. Winter's done. Spring's here. We're all done.
We held on to 40 degrees most of the night. We did finally drop 1 to 39. But for the 29th day of January, I'll take that at this time of the morning.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shai Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, lastly, we had the Trump administration asking the Supreme Court to pause a lawsuit challenging California's waiver for stricter vehicle emission standards. Now, this is a case being closely watched by those involved in similar lawsuits, including challenges to the Advanced Clean Trucks rule. Now, the new acting administrator of the EPA, James Payne, filed the motion to put the case on hold after President Trump signed the executive order to eliminate the electric vehicle mandate. That executive order directs agencies to request courts to delay further litigation in any relevant cases as they determine which regulations to go after. Now, Trump specifically ordered agencies to terminate state emissions waivers that function to limit sales of gasoline-powered automobiles. That at the center of the Supreme Court case is California's waiver for advanced clean cars, which gradually increased emission standards for the model years 2017 to 2025 passenger vehicles. California is the only state that's allowed to set vehicle emission standards that are stricter than the federal standards. They have to get a waiver, though, from the EPA before they can do so. Once the waiver's granted, other states can then adopt those standards. We had more than a dozen states that have adopted the Advanced Clean Cars rule. The waiver for advanced clean cars was initially granted in 2013. It was revoked in 2019 during Trump's first term. Joe Biden reinstated California's waiver in 2022. Which prompted lawsuits by 17 Republican-led states and a number of oil groups. So now we all kind of sit back. We're waiting to see. The order to go after the electric vehicle regulations is indeed, they say, kind of throwing a wrench into the works in those states implementing advanced clean trucks this year. Part of the order potentially exacerbating issues raised by the trucking industry, and another part potentially solving all those problems. There were 5 states this year that implement the Advanced Clean Trucks, which requires the manufacturers to sell an increasing percentage of zero direct emission trucks between now and 2035. For this year, 7% of new Class 7 and 8 sales must be zero-emission trucks. Everything has really, with these executive orders, been thrown into complete limbo. What to do now? All right, with that, I see we are flat out of time here on a Wednesday morning. Thanks so much for all who participated. Have a great day. Be safe out there. Come on back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, and we'll do it again. Our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh,